Nice try, Lee. Nice try. Nice try, buddy. Nice fucking try, buddy. I knew you'd try it. I don't owe him a Spidey game. What are you talking about? From what? What was that? I don't recall that. You finesse beans 5 gifted. That wasn't for. I don't even remember what that was even for, but I don't even remember how that went. But I know that wasn't for whatever the hell I was talking about at the time. Alright. Alright, yeah. What's up, Low Milk? You trying to play, Low Milk? Me dog. Get me out of play. Yeah, we can play. Rain, go away. Some milkman. Some milkman is crazy. Some milkman is crazy work. What's up, pantry door? How you doing? I gotta pin this on YouTube. Alright, let's get started. Oh, my camera's not on. Whoops. Okay, not sure how long this stream will be, but it probably won't be the 7 hour that I usually do minimum. It will be, however, like 6 hours, 5, something like that. We're gonna do a long stream tomorrow. Do a 12 hour tomorrow. Why is this not working? Am I on lunch break? No. Some people need to get yelled at. Wait, are you on right now, Lomo? Or do I play a match real quick? Why is my chat box not working? Tomorrow will be a long stream, maybe a 12-hour stream tomorrow. I'm not signed in. What? I'm not signed in. What? Oh, the chat box is bugging out. Give me a second. Yeah, there's gonna be a new sub goal tomorrow too. Why is this not working? It's pissing me off. What, Twitch's API? Oh, there you go. It's working. All right. Yeah, tomorrow will be a long stream. We're gonna do like a 12-hour stream tomorrow. It's gonna be early though, By early, I mean like 1 p.m. or 1 p.m. Eli's doing a 12-hour, and I'm gonna carry her on it, even though she needs to fucking lose that because we made a bet. But whatever. Yeah, we're gonna do a 12-hour stream tomorrow with Eli, so that'll be fun. We're gonna play Rivals. I want to do some Tekken tomorrow. Maybe 007. We're gonna do Cuphead as well. I don't know. Long stream tomorrow. That'll be pretty fun though. Now I graduate, I can get a job. Yo, congrats, bro. Yo, congrats to those that are graduating, bro. Yeah, Cuphead tomorrow, yeah. Congrats to all those that are graduating. There's a lot of people graduating right now, right? I need to do a poll. I need to know when you guys graduate. Well, when everyone's out of school, so I can know when to do the subathon. Oh, you're online. Okay, let me switch accounts. But yeah, it is Sub Sunday on Twitch and YouTube. You can gift 5 subs to pick my character. But you can either gift on YouTube or gift on Twitch. It doesn't matter. But yeah, Song Request is on for subs only. Aha, it's Sub Sunday. Yeah, if you want to request a song, go ahead. But you gotta be subbed. Let me switch accounts. I low-key skipped my final day of school for Type Soul. Excuse me? Excuse me? I beg your pardon? Hold on, let me see which account I can use. Wait, what rank are you? Plat, right? Do Cam's account? Account is no greater good. She's no greater good. I think this account's diamond, so you should get a lot if we win. This one's in placements though. You chose that garbage dumpster fire out of every game. Son, what did he just say? He did what? He did what? Hey, yo. He did what? Oh, my game's opening. I'm stuck in bronze. Is it my fault? Nah. Gotta lock in, bro. Ugh. I worked out today. Dude, did you guys see my Luna Snow short? That shit was sick. That tweet blew up too. The Luna short, the Luna Snow short. This shit blew up. This shit actually blew up. I don't know why it blew up, but pretty funny. Yeah, a lot of people are angry about Luna. You just stop playing this season because Des be doing anything. Yeah, they are not happy about what Luna can do on Twitter. That's the full short. You didn't see it. Why you do this season? Actually, I should pull up on YouTube actually, because I had to re-edit that when I posted it. Before I posted it, because the ending I fucked it up. This is it. Is my game opening? Oh, it is open. Hold on, give me a second. Rush out a short. It's your fault you didn't carry. What are you talking about now, attempt? What rank is this account? Yeah, this account's diamond too. You should get a lot for this. This is usually my highest rank account. I can't even invite you. What the fuck? Accept the friend request? Ain't healing anyone on DPS Luna? You're right, I was not. I said I wasn't gonna do that. I don't care if they're 1 HP in front of me. I said I wasn't gonna heal. That's fucked up, but I said I wasn't gonna heal. Fuck. Wait, you're plat. Oh, you're plat 3. Oh, damn it. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Wrong account. I'll just use when I play with Sage M and them on. I thought you were plat 2, not 3. Can't use that account. Unlucky. You're not gonna get that much. Let's use this one. Okay, this was the short. Move my game first. By the way, yeah, song request is on, but you have to be a sub. I think mods can still request though. You have to just be a sub, or I think a VIP. I think VIP is gonna request as well, but I could be wrong about that. There we go. Oh, DPS Luna is fun. You're tripping. Yeah, this dude Kiko said, "Why do you do this to yourself, bro?" DPS Luna is crazy, bro. How much people I pissed off? Oh fuck! Oops. No, my game closed. It crashed. How much people I pissed off? I pissed off so much fucking people. Yo, Lureless, thanks for the 5 gifted. Wait, what character do you want? Oops, I think he unplugged. Oh shit, there you go. What character do you want, Lureless? What you get? Thanks for the 5. DPS Luna, bet. That was evil in this. Cooking. Why is he DPSing as Luna? Who gonna stop me? Who gonna stop me? This shit was fucked up. This part is my favorite though. Oh my god. Oh my god. His eyes look so dead and dry. What? Yo, my eyes look dead. I'm allowed to play this. I was having a blast on this show. You're tripping. Oh my god. You're fucking tripping. You're tripping. DPS Luna is fun, bro. I don't see the hate, bro. I don't know how y'all hate DPS Luna. I put this request on. I was having a fucking blast. Talking about something. My eyes look dead. I was locked in, bro. Do you see? You still need aim. Like, you can't just play her. You still need aim. If you don't have aim, you're not gonna do shit. First surprise D3. That's the one I'm getting on. Thanks for the gifteds. I appreciate it, Lewis. Hope you're having a good day. And yo, Guff, thanks for the 210 stream streak. Is there an alert for the stream streaks yet I can put in? I feel like I keep missing them. Because like there's no alert for it yet. I invited you, Lomo. There's a fucking fat ass stream streak. God damn. Go with the fattest of stream streaks. Hold on. I want to see if there's an alert for stream streaks. Which one allows us to have good things? There should be one by now. That stream streaks been out for a while now, no? Twitch.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
There's follow, there's subs, there's raid, there's bits, charity don't know. There's no alert for stream streaks yet? Oh.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Why do I have OBS open? Oh, I was recording something before I started streaming. So yeah, tomorrow will be a long stream. We're gonna do a 12-hour stream tomorrow, so make sure y'all be there. Can I please get unbanned on Twitch? I probably won't spam any roasties anymore. What's your username? Not unban you. What's your username? What's your username, bro? I don't think there's a limit to how much subs can request songs. Is there limits? I mean, the limit might be 5. I can extend it though, but I don't see why you'd need to request more than 5 songs though. At least at a time. You wait for at least one to clear up, you know? Oh, they banned your Psylocke. Zam.
Bright heroes could make all the difference.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
We need another healer. Because I'm DPS Luna. Well, I kind of what my least favorite character is in this game. Report for Psylocke. Huh? Wait, oh, I think they banned each other's teammates with characters. I can't give. Oh shit, I forgot. Oh, I'll have them VC. I think they banned their own teammates characters. What's up, Rack? How you doing? What I do now, Rack? What I do now, dude?
Stay strong.
Yeah, we need another healer. Just go healer. We don't. I think they might. I think one of them banned each other's teammates, so I think they might throw. Cause they banned. I think they banned one of their teammates. Psylocke. I could be wrong. Where's his VC at?
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
I low milk on the VC.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You think this is a challenge? Try raising 2 superpowers.
All right, lock in.
Yes. I'm so tired of being in this rank.
Girl like a girl. I put you on
Got
ice.
one.
Nice.
I'm hurt. Clearly you needed some help.
I got 2.
Double KO.
Go crazy.
I was worried.
What's wrong,
They're
Rack?
playing the game.
Are they? Yeah, they're
They're
throwing.
just walking one by one. They're just walking one by
Yeah,
one.
they're throwing.
Hey, I don't give a fuck. Give my goddamn foot. Yes, sir.
Dude has Ultron drone. I'm not fighting him. Well, they're gonna 1v1 when he has Ultron drone. He
Should've
lost
seen
his
that last
mind.
game I just lost.
What happened?
I completely walked their entire team down just for my supports not to ult when they both had it up and lose the point last second.
Damn. No, that clip you sent me was hilarious. The
Oh.
yeah, that guy didn't pick the character because they banned a Psylocke.
Bro,
The fucking
no,
Jeff
bro.
one.
Yes, bro.
That shit was funny.
He threw the game because we didn't first ban Luna like as first pick.
Damn.
That's literally what happened. He's like, fuck it, I guess. He's running down.
You laughed at me when I said I was DPS Luna? Okay, when was that though? That was probably like patches ago. She's actually stupid now. Like, she's actually quite dumb right now. Like,
Oh wait, damn.
Now,
I want to play
who
supports.
am I gonna banish from this match?
that's fun.
I'll play Psylocke. Wait, no. You're playing DPS Luna. So never mind.
I'm doing DPS Luna. I told him it was like a month. Oh shit! Did I really laugh at you for playing DPS Luna? I don't feel like I did. Are you sure that's what I was laughing at?
Or Dino.
Give me a sec. I'm tweeting the stream out, chat. Oops.
Iron Fist? Like, what are these bands?
There we go. It's because you said DPS Luna EU. Nobody would want that on my team. Okay, I wouldn't want it on my team unless it was like, if we're running 2-2-2, I wouldn't want a DPS Luna on my team.
Top-notch team to win this one.
They banned Luna? Oh no, they didn't. If we're running 2-2-2, I wouldn't want a DPS Luna on my team.
I shine in
Oh shit, he
darkness.
wants to play Luna. Wait, but I gotta do DPS Luna. Wait, you want Luna?
Wait. Well,
If you want Luna, you can have it. Okay, thanks. Wait, do you want it or not? Does he want it?
he's just allergic to speaking, I guess.
Like, oh my god, do we not have mics?
Why did we want to ban Iron Fist? That's not what?
Because if he wants to, I'll just do a next match, but like, he won't. Do you want Luna or not? Because I'm doing DPS Luna.
All I
Wait, no, we need to run triple. Wait, we need to run triple if I'm doing DPS Luna.
Get ready.
I mean, actually, we can try and see if this works. Look, we can try
I
it.
hear that your friend Moon Girl makes some epic
you like-
mixtapes.
You're just not allowed to heal.
Okay. No, I can heal.
Think that I could
I'm just not snowflaking anyone.
Okay.
No, I can
That
heal.
makes sense.
But I'm mainly DPSing.
The battle starts in 5.
Kneel, peasants!
3.
You like Q and Mike? Mike's above you? That shit is hilarious. Dude's chat is hilarious.
To the mission area. Got it?
That dude is hilarious. His chat is hilarious too.
All right. Time to run it down. Right, I guess
I don't have mines. What the fuck?
Yeah, like
Time for some fireworks. Damage sustained.
Fucking
Someone
Penny
needs a
on this
snowball
map.
in the face.
I forgot how cancer.
I have a
she is.
Jeff.
I do have a Jeff.
You destroy this?
Oops.
I'll go one shot Jeff.
Cute, but deadly. Throw like a ball.
Go down one healer.
Wolverine what? Oh, there was one.
There you
Oh, fuck, I need to.
Another hit for Luna Snow.
Oh my god, I clapped, but it didn't work. They're down one DPS.
Magneto
You guys
solo.
have that to sort of penny us.
Magneto. Nice.
Nice.
I've still got songs to sing.
I'm lucky going insane. Bro, what are you typing in my YouTube chat, bro? Stop spamming my YouTube chat before I freaking ban you.
There we go. I killed. Get the fucking fish.
Be a normal person, please.
It's okay. Admit it.
there we
You
go.
need me. Throw like a girl. I'll pick you up.
What the like a girl?
God. Does so much damage, bro. Who decided this character needed this?
You're
That
by
vehicle
the
to its destination.
fireball.
She's so low. Nice.
Well, there's a Spider-Man just chilling back here, I guess.
Oh my god, I got so low. 3 clip the Wolverine. That character's 350 HP. Okay, and
There's a Spider-Man lurking in the back.
this guy's so annoying, bro. I should just froze him. I don't know why I used my taunt. Spider-Man is just lurking.
Oh wait.
What's our remote?
I'm making a comeback.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
This Goku solo. Solo what? Where's Jeff? I want to one shot him.
Us against the world.
Oh fuck.
So did I guess.
Oh shit. Oops.
I got no heals.
I didn't think it was like directly around the corner.
I've still got
It's
songs
okay,
to
they
sing.
wasted some ults.
Average support. No, I didn't think it was directly around the corner. I mean, I knew it was in there. I was gonna go destroy it, but I didn't think it was like literally in the hall. I thought it was like. Yeah, I can show you.
Oh, behind you. Wolverine by the bag. Oh, where'd he go?
I am ready to put on a show.
It's the grand finale. I'm back. Okay.
What's this guy doing?
It's okay.
What was that guy doing?
How did no one die? That's like low-key insane. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, I didn't snowflake
Number one.
myself. Kill this girl.
I'm about to say cloak one. Watching the Spider-Man is so illegal.
Oh, we were trying to kill this guy instead of healing.
Like, look at this guy.
Oh shit, I should have saved my seat. Yeah. Oh my god, he got shitted on.
Kill my team.
What's a hurricane?
Eat that bitch.
Wait, that guy never gave me his username. Who said give me? I mean, dude said unban me. And then just never give me his username.
Wait,
Oh my god, that girl's dead.
fantastic.
I think that girl tried to ult too. Oh my god, did that girl just jump to? Okay. So Hurricane, here's the follow.
What? Oh, I got stuck on the. I need heal.
Didn't know bro hated emotes. Emojis. Wait, it timed you out for that? Why did it time you out for that?
Oh no, it was pro. No. Again.
Oh, it shouldn't time you out for that. I'll fix that. You play Spider-Man yet? Read the pin.
I'm back in the fight.
Oh, they did was make me angrier.
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again.
Sustained.
I'm down here. Maybe I shouldn't be. Because I'm not getting any
You
heals.
shouldn't be. Oh my fucking goodness.
Where's my dino play?
Down to 6 and 3.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
back in the fight.
That guy should be going crazy. They don't even have anything for the dino. They don't even know his
That's
skill.
why I'm trying to push up, but like nobody. And there's a Spider-Man sitting by.
I have ult now.
Back in the hunt.
I also have ult.
Now it's
Get that
showtime.
vehicle moving again.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm gonna ult soon.
The final 10 seconds.
Why is no one killing the fucking nest? I pinged the nest like 4 times. No one was even shooting it.
A nice deep freeze.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I guess, bro.
Oh, okay.
Like I just did. No heal.
Help, please.
Break down.
You are nothing.
Nice, bro.
Why don't I play Spider-Man? Because I don't want to.
The current score
That's the one character I won't allow.
1-0.
You pick any character in the game. Not Spider-Man, though.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Alright, let me fix the thing. I don't know why you got timed up for emojis. That's weird.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Like, bro.
You took my fucking Luna. That's crazy. Okay, I guess I can't play DPS Luna anymore. He took it.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic.
How is that Dino not doing anything? They have nothing for the Dino.
I don't know, bro.
You know, I just
Play
don't
Deadpool.
like
Walking up and dying, I guess.
You got time to know. You got time to know on YouTube.
A coupon
What
for
DPS Luna? I mean, I can't do nothing. He took my character. There's nothing I can really do about that. He took my character.
Away.
Those of symbols, links, flip. Okay, I fixed it. You shouldn't get timed up for using emojis.
Clue me in here. If your name is White Fox,
Alright, try putting
Why did
emojis
you get off
now.
Luna?
your spy
Why did he get
organization
off
called
Luna?
Tiger Division.
Oh wait, he's back on it.
Vision existed
Okay. Oh, I
No,
like,
I just don't.
I'm
he doesn't. He can't decide what he wants to do. Like,
maybe I can
My
do
team.
both.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
oh, it's exclamation point current song, not song. Sorry.
You have to stop that
On
from
command.
securing the mission area.
They still have a Jeff or what? Oh shit. They still
Oh, is
do have a
Strange
Jeff.
alive? Oh my god, that's so illegal.
They have no healers. They have no healers.
A nice deep freeze. It's okay.
I'm beating the fuck out of them.
That's 3.
There we go.
Thanks, no problem.
Like, bro, that Strange shouldn't have stayed alive.
Can't destroy the store. So weird. There you go.
Watch the Minuteman run up behind it.
Oh! I got counterpicked. They were fucking Daredevil. Oh, that's the one thing that counts as DPS, Luna. Hold on. Oh shit. No more flanking for me. No more flanking for me. Hold on. If there's one thing that counts as DPS, Luna, is fucking Daredevil, bro. You can't flank shit. That guy got cooked. You tired of your ass? Why is Daredevil not banned? What's banned?
Bro, they banned some super shit.
Like
bro.
actually though, because Phoenix is in this lobby too, or no? Like what is actually banned?
I suppose that helps. A nice deep freeze.
Us against the world.
Us against the
Ready
world.
to put on a show.
I'm staying here. Ooh, cook them boys.
My magic is flowing.
Oh, this is gonna be a fat. Oh god, that's not good.
That's true.
Not today.
Kill Emma. Thank you.
I suck.
A little help, please.
Wow.
How is this bastard alive, bro? Oh my god.
Sabertooth to drop.
Feel the pulse.
Make him an anti-tank. Isn't Wolverine already anti-tank?
I found one of them.
There's just Jeff by himself, just ready to die.
Thanks so much.
Hellfire! Nice. Down. He dead.
There they are.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
I like the cold. You need to teach me that skill.
Somebody. Okay.
That's much better.
The shark and they need to die.
What's the Luna dive short? You abusing people?
Magnetos.
Shame of you? That's the same thing Elias said to me earlier. Somebody got to do it. If not me, who else?
Don't let them break us.
Wait. Oh, they went back up fighting. I don't know what you're doing. Just whiffing.
Oh my goodness. I just got jumped by healers.
Spartle.
I just got jumped by healers, bro. Yo, somebody got to do it, bro. If it's not me, who else? I tell you guys this every time. Oh my god, and for yes, for me too. What the hell? Hey, yo.
Feeling fantastic. Snowball fight.
I'm dead, finally.
They look like they mean business.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh shit. You don't got anything like that. You don't got it like that. You loser.
His ass. Oh my god. Wait, just hold until I get there.
A little help, please.
On the way.
I like the cold.
Are they on triple? Oh, what? Really?
I'm on the way.
They got on
on the
triple.
way.
Why? I mean, we're on triple, but I'm not healing.
Kneel, peasants. Yes! Get the ball! They asked. Go to bed. Go to bed.
There you go, Lewis.
1, 2,
And I got MVP for you. W.
How did you get MVP?
Because I'm him.
another epic victory.
Fantastic.
Win.
Inspired by a gameplay, I'm going to start bullying kids with DPS Luna and Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
Let me cook.
Very nice.
Let me cook. Yeah, seriously,
Oh, I need one more match, bro. Why you rank up?
Lock in.
I need one more match.
Oh, fuck.
Like, bro.
I have another account on. Not my son. Maybe DPS Luna match. Thanks for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed it. Okay. Got out the stream.
Honey. On the low, I need this Emma Bloodstone skin.
Excuse me?
I need that Emma Bloodstone skin with her in the little maid outfit.
Made one?
Yeah, the maid outfit.
You don't need that.
What
Went you gym?
What?
It was
What's
alright.
up? Huh?
What? You schizo?
You losing your mind or shit?
Are you losing your mind? I'm perfectly sane.
She gets little bubbles for her monster? Oh my god. Yeah, you don't know nothing about that. The bubbles and shit, that's just not you.
You see that meme of that white kid drinking the fucking jar?
What?
Bro. Bro, the fucking
Bro, what
jar
are you
of the
talking
fucking
Do I want to know?
the fucking the kid drinking the fucking jar of the the Kool-Aid fucking pineapple thing. That shit is funny.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking
That
about.
shit is so funny, bro.
That be bust.
That be good. What did he just say?
That shit good. That bit tough.
This kid is fucking hilarious, bro. Is this meme chat?
That bit tough. That big guy.
Yeah, that bit tough.
I don't know what you want to say, bro. Like, he's sanctioned, bro. What you want?
That big guy.
Oh yeah,
That big
appreciate
guy.
you, brother. Yes, sir.
That big guy.
What did he just say?
I'm telling you, bro.
Oh my god, bro.
Bro, Lil Tommy sanctioned, bro.
This kid's hilarious.
That
Like
big guy.
Kool-Aid
Oh, yeah.
pineapple.
Appreciate you,
strips,
brother. Yes, sir.
It's the blackest shit I've ever seen, bro.
This shit is so damn good. Some shit we done drank back like in fucking elementary or some shit.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh my god.
gotta be a stop
That's
to
like
the
some
ignorance.
shit, bro. We was doing in school smoking Smarties or something. Like, what the fuck?
Like, oh god, this is some smoking smarty shit. Like, what do you mean Kool-Aid infused pineapple strips?
Some dumb shit, bro.
Like, literally ignorance in a jar.
We did hella stupid shit back then.
Oh god, smoking Smarties, yes, bro.
What else? What else did we do? I don't fucking remember, bro. There was just so much dumb shit. What y'all know about riding a bicycle and putting the damn water bottle in the middle
the
of your
water
damn
bottle and
chain?
shit?
That shit will sound like a motorcycle. You don't know nothing about that.
I'm saying,
Cue us.
oh yeah, that. Oh wait.
Shit was the most ghetto shit ever. That shit was so loud too. I remember our neighbors got mad at us when we was doing it.
Yeah, OD loud.
I watched the minimum right up honey.
Women scare me. Okay. Shit, you know what time it is.
That's a real ass nigga right there. He finna carry this match. Hold on.
Good. What your voice changer?
I can't talk, bro. They sealed me.
Oh, your VC band.
Bro, that I'm telling you,
His
that
VC
Jeff
band.
that Jeff had to get bitched. There was literally
He's
nothing I
VC
could
band.
do. After he ran my game down, it was like you couldn't stop me.
You know,
Like
I
there, you
just
literally
don't
could
get
not
why
stop me.
He's
It was
VC
ridiculous.
band. That's crazy. Chad, any character requests? If anyone wants to pick my character, pick it now. Or else you're gonna have to pick a next match.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
That big guy.
Edie, I don't see the subs. Hold on. Whoa. I don't see the 5.
That's right. You gotta
I
extort
don't
them
see the
first.
5.
Money first, and then you can suggest the character.
It is Sub Sunday.
There's gotta be an incentive.
There's gotta be.
Wait, we're unironically banning Emma.
Wait, why?
guess.
No.
Like what?
Oh my god, I tried to ban back. It was too late.
I don't understand how Emma is a valid ban.
She's strong, but like it's way worse.
No, I meant like
Like a Dino or
Well,
fucking
I was
Groot.
about to say they banned Dino. Never mind. But
Oh, I forgot the slow rank. They love any Moon Knight. Fucking dive is a foreign concept in this rank. I don't even know how to give subs. What the? Mostly doesn't even know how to give subs.
So what you do is pull out your
The
mom's
right
credit card.
heroes could make
What?
all the difference.
Okay, I don't condone that. Is it there for? Pretty good. Edited, worked out. Now I'm here. Started streaming pretty late because oh wait, no, I did some cleaning as well. I had to vacuum my room. And I had to clean my bathroom and shit. You said what?
What you bench?
I don't know the exact amount.
What?
I don't know the exact amount.
You have like an at-home gym?
Yeah.
Oh, so do I. So I was like, okay.
You know what a tonal machine is?
Say it again?
You know what do you know what a tonal machine is? It's like one of those things. A tonal. You put it on like the wall.
Just the way you like me.
He'll be coming in 30
I'll send you a video after this.
Stay strong.
I was like, I don't
Yeah, one of
think
those.
so. Oh, is that like the
little you put it's like a little screen on the wall and then you like there's like latches on it.
little... okay. And
It's like a
have,
gym machine, but
video
like
player on it?
does it have a what?
Don't worry.
Does it have like the screen on it?
Yeah.
Type of thing? Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I won't steal it from you.
I never like I had to get my brother to check, but like I never thought to do that. So I don't really like care to check that. I don't know.
One.
I see.
Today I did back. I did back. Today I did chest. Tomorrow will be I don't fucking know what tomorrow will be. Shoulders and core, I don't know. What's up, Kay? How you doing? To the street. And Jason next to the street as well.
Okay.
There you go. Gum's head pull. Wait, why is Phoenix not banned, bro? That's the best character in the game, yo.
A game within a game.
Please, bro. I need this, bro. Oh, I'm dead as fuck. God, bro.
I'm allergic to getting healed? Oh, everybody's dead. Never mind.
Where is that, yo? I don't fucking like. Why is this character not banned? I'm so sick of seeing her damn icon in my matches. If there's any single character you should be banning this season, chat, it is Phoenix. She is the best character in the damn game. Like, undisputed. Best DPS in the game. No downsides whatsoever. You clear into any comp. Undisputed best DPS in the game. Like, it's not even close. And I'm dead because of fucking Phoenix. Ah! I killed both the healers.
Okay.
Oh, we still lose. Okay.
Yeah, we
Now my
walked up. Everybody walked away from me.
Dora could wait till the very last moment and crush all their dreams.
You're really not okay, are you?
Yeah, Phoenix is fucking busted, bro. Fuck that character, bro.
Fucking heal me, you. Oh my god. You useless piece of shit. Aim your camera at me.
I mean, you're playing a girl and he's scared of girls, so are you really surprised you didn't get killed? It's kind of in the name.
I'm walking.
It's kind of in the name. I mean, he has a point. It's in the name.
Holy shit. Fucking die. And
Oh my god, bro.
how are my healers dying so fucking much? And they both only have 2 deaths, so where's my
I can't play this character here. I need to kill this Phoenix. I'm playing Daredevil. This girl's way too annoying. She's 11-0. Like, there's just no way. It's like hard to tell if the Phoenix players are smurfing too because the character is so damn broken.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's bad for me.
I'm about to. Yeah, run, bitch, run.
Where the fuck are you going? There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, fucking run.
Back to my old self.
Oh, he switched to Lucky. He's not happy. Come on, just to die. Fucking die.
Can't
Why are you on
justice.
magic?
Oh, he got off Phoenix. Let's go.
Wait, what the fuck?
Let's go. He down the graded characters. Let's go. He went from Phoenix to magic.
Get on Spider-Man.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Is that a Namor? That is indeed a Namor.
Oh, the magic's one.
Playing DD. I was only doing it because there's a Phoenix. I'm gonna switch off this character after I die. Like, if they're gonna play fucking Phoenix, I'm going to play DD. Like,
I fucked up. Oh! W wipe.
That's 3.
Oh no. Leave them in the punch.
Wow, 4 in a row.
W.
I'm all in the switch characters.
No, just stay on Daredevil.
No, we cannot do that. The rest of them don't deserve this. Maybe the Phoenix player does, but the rest of them don't deserve this. It's possible to give subs on phone, yes. It's more expensive if you're on iOS, though. I wouldn't recommend gifting on iOS or subbing in general on iOS.
Wait, who are you diving? Wait, look at this. There's a little fucking raccoon.
Where's our healers? Why are they not walking up? Okay.
I wish I could
Like,
tell
I'm
you,
killing 3 to 4 people, and there's only like 2 left, and the healers don't
I
walk
walked
up.
up with you, and they just look at Rocket sitting in the back, dying and shit.
Morals and rivals. I want to play Iron Man. Oh, please don't kill me, Spider-Man. Chill out. Let's prank.
He's on thing now. Like, bro. Is this what you want? Yeah, you know better.
This character gets fucked on so easily by Spider-Man. It's not even funny, man.
Battlefield medicine.
They changed this about the same now?
I'm
About the same. Doesn't mean the same, though. Is it really about the same?
Can we contest that vault? Can we contest?
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Star-Lord is crazy. Is that a thing? Yo, that beacon got shredded in 2 seconds. What's his name? Snyder Bros? Oh, this Snyder Bros. If you want to live against Spider-Man, just fly away as soon as he uppercuts.
0, 2, 1.
I mean, he does it instantly when he tethers to you, though, no?
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Where is my remote control? Oh, here it is.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
Yo, Orochi is smart. My mind is sharper. You know, when I play Psylocke,
there
I
you
feel
go.
like a cute Japanese woman.
Uh-huh, what about her?
I say when I play, I feel like a cute Japanese woman.
Do you want to be one?
I don't feel like that would be bad. Like if I were to reincarnate into my next life as a cute Japanese woman.
You can be one tomorrow.
Huh?
Huh?
Are you trying to turn me into a fucking femboy or something? What are you saying?
I didn't tell you into nothing. What do you mean? I can't control you.
Is that what you would like to see me as?
Before you attack.
I didn't say that. I would complain if you. I wouldn't complain if you were one.
You wouldn't complain if. Okay.
What? Do what you like. I don't care.
Okay.
Hey, if you want to be a femboy, be a femboy. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, no. I mean, you're the one who planted the suggestion in my head. So like,
I mean, you brought it up, so like, I mean,
Battle starts in
no,
5,
I was just saying like, I feel like that. But then,
oh,
like,
you feel like a femboy.
no, I didn't. Okay. Now you win. You win.
What?
What? What?
What did I do wrong?
help get that
You just want me to be a femboy.
I mean, I can control you, bro. You can do what you want, man.
You're just saying that you want me to be a femboy.
If that's what you like, then go for
Wait,
it.
walk them. What the fuck?
If that's what you're into, go crazy, bro.
Oh, you just want me to be a little. Say it.
Say it.
Say it.
I want you to be whatever you want to be.
Say.
If that's what you truly like to be.
Japanese femboy.
No, Lomug, I want you to be a Japanese femboy. If that's what you want to be, go for it. I don't give a fuck. He's copying me and playing Iron Man now. What the fuck? Can I get a heal?
Whoa! What the fuck am I not getting healed for?
Yo,
I
can you
can't
walk
type.
up,
I literally
please?
cannot type. Bro, oh my god! I wish I could type. I wish I could say anything. They're dumb. You have white fonts.
Yo, okay,
Why?
okay.
Why?
Team. When we get a kill or 2 or 3 and we're walking up with healers, you gotta walk up and play the game with us.
Holy shit!
Yo, like, let's get this stagger going, bro. Oh my god, I can't. Like, I don't know.
This is horrible. This is horrible. The fucking DPS pool should be dead. My rocket's playing in fucking spawn.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Like this guy's copying whatever character I play.
I killed Iron Man.
Bucky, kill Bucky.
I killed one support.
This guy really ulted.
Deadpool's dead. Other one's
Oh,
dead.
no, Rishi.
Looks better than anyone.
Fuck,
Did
bro.
that you don't judge? I never judge. I don't care. Don't affect me. Is this what you've been doing all this time? Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What?
Someone in my TikTok chat said that. What's that supposed to mean?
Didn't know that. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this shit. Should get the wrong idea.
I'm gonna go hold them.
What are you about to? Oh, actually, hold on. I'm coming with you.
Hold on, their healers are just fucking alone for some reason. I don't even need ult for this girl.
That's 3.
It's okay if I do give subs on phone. Wait, that's on YouTube being added. Take this sick. That's gonna be sick, bro.
Kill me. You useless piece of shit.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
That guy
Nice
just fell
one.
off the
Yeah,
map.
he pulled me, but I fucking queued back onto the map, or dashed back onto the map.
That was awkward.
It's so dumb.
They have a Star Lord again.
Wait, he's one. He's one. Okay. Oh wait, oh wait. He's so ass. It's so funny. Killed one, support. Oh, never mind, my team's dead.
Yep.
Fuck, bro. Alright, that was an empty kill.
I get better at flying movement. Iron Man movement. Guess I ever play this character. I suck at doing this. Too rusty at it. Jiggle
Why are they
peeking.
running triple? Wait, what? Oh.
Too rusty. I used to be really good at doing it. I'm not that good at doing it anymore. I played Iron Man in ages.
Wait, is this Spider-Man high?
It was Star Lord.
Oh, that's a Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man. This guy,
Bro, if I had
this might be
smoke,
the worst Spider-Man
up.
combo I've ever seen.
they would all be fucking dead if I had cloak. Oh my god.
Come on, man.
Killed one, support.
That grip sub option is grayed out. That don't sound right. great.
No, bro. Why does White Fox not come with me? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm in their back.
That guy's dead.
Oh my god, I kill a support, nobody heals me. Just fucking die.
You don't need heals.
You're right. Look at this dumb bitch. Look at him more. Look at him more.
It's spider time!
Yo, cloak and dagger, you smoke. Get cloak, get cloak.
Get cloak, get cloak.
How's she not dead?
The amazing Spider-Man!
Don't mess with the Spain spider nigga.
The what? The what?
Kill him. Black.
What?
4, 3, 2,
Wait,
1.
what did you just call him? Wait, no wonder you're VC banned. What did you just call him?
Bro, I'm not VC banned.
Yes, you are. You're VC banned.
He's like, you know?
You called him a what?
I said he's slacking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, next match. Yes, sir. All
Okay,
right.
whatever you say, man.
Get me out of this god-forbidden rank. It's time, Infernasu.
Oops.
I watched the Miniman run up behind it. Oh, wait.
You don't know ball? I don't think I want to know.
Nah, he knows balls.
I know balls. What?
Ball.
Why'd you say balls?
Which
No, we got the
hero
woman
do you
scare
think
me
you
guy
will be
again.
today?
No.
All right, chat. Now's your chance to pick my character again. Who wants to pick?
And a little demonic
All right, guys. 5 gifted.
Yeah, pick
Go
something
ahead,
good,
cough it up.
please.
Now,
Something good.
who am I gonna banish from this
Bless me
match?
with something good, because the dinos are sure getting banned.
Go ahead, cough up the 5 gifted. Yes, sir.
Abram Warlock. Abrams.
Abram Warwall.
Your Abram, thanks for the gifted. On that Widow gameplay, you can't handle my Widow gameplay. Oh, my Widow's actually clean.
No, Natasha Romanoff. Have you watched Daredevil?
Born Again? The new one? No.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the new
Oh
one, but I
my.
watched the last one.
You need to watch Born Again. On God, that's some peak cinema, bro.
Is it?
No lies. I would not lie to you. BP? Really? Ooh, they banned White Fox.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I watched the Miniman run up behind it. Oh, wait. Bro, is there any word of them releasing the summer skins again, bro? We're...
It's probably gonna be next
what?
month.
I was just about to say. We're not in June yet, so maybe not. But we're about to be.
Someone told me that the Mantis skin was a part of the event, so they don't know if it might be re-released.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It needs to be re-released.
If you see my brother,
Hey, I like
tell
your
him I
firearms.
miss him.
Never thought
Need
I'd
that
find
Mantis
someone with
skin.
the same taste on this
Absolutely.
backward planet.
Yeah. What do you got for a trash can?
Let's see. Ion turret, photon reaction chain gun, mini black hole.
War journal entry. This world is
The
official.
battle starts in 5,
Talking records
4,
with better guns.
3, 2, 1.
Vortex field.
Someone should have stopped Doom a long time ago.
Oh, they have a Loki? It's okay. I've never gave a fuck. I'm gonna run it down. I'm gonna die.
A little help, please.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Let's go. Time for some magic. Is that another penny? That's not. Okay.
They have Loki. Yeah. I'm about to switch. I guess it's hard for you to turn your fucking screen. I'm gonna switch the fuck. That Loki ain't it. I'm not even trying to deal with it as I like. He dead.
Oh, fuck, wrong button. I pressed the left click instead of right click.
Shoot the fucking phone, bro. Like,
wrong button.
Yo, we can't be running around playing without King or Susan can't.
Can't what? What?
What is he saying, bro?
You guys, you just run around.
I can't hear you.
Like, bro, he's not.
You gotta speak up, man. What?
Wait, what do we have?
Well, I'm not even rage baiting. Like, I deadass do not hear a single word you're saying.
Just in time. Thanks.
What did he say?
Yo, no, you got it.
I'm not even rage baiting.
Bro, he's not saying English. Wait, behind.
I'm not even fucking trolling. I deadass didn't hear a single word he said, bro.
Bro, nobody gonna kill? Killed this fucking blade. I guess. Whatever.
Kill the blade. Chill.
Yeah, bro, this blade's been sitting in the back of my.
Chill, don't kill the blade.
I was gonna say something else.
I might dyslexic.
Second story. What a rock.
Good 4.
Go crazy.
My magic's unrusted, chat. The magic goat is back.
You don't know nothing about that, though.
What you mean? I used to be crazy at this character.
I used to be.
Not
what? You didn't die to that? Oh, he's getting pocketed. What she think she doing?
Turn.
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world.
Magic go. Nice try. Wow.
Walk him.
There you go. Chat don't believe me. I used to be the magic goat. The video is right there. Oh wow.
I tried, but the healers are not doing shit and my rock is DPSing.
Magic is back.
I was there when you played magic. There you go.
Oh, my dino.
That's a nowhere right there.
Heal the fucking dino.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh, I need assistance.
Oh, I missed. Oh, they're playing thing. Oh, it's free.
Oh, but
Kill the white woman.
What? Don't do that. Oh wow. Oh my god!
I ain't gonna lie. I saw him tap your mouth up. You went to sleep.
Fucking killed me from like the spawn room.
Nigga. Bro. Really?
Holy shit, can I play the game?
So, Okay, you know what? As soon as I hear the word arm, I would pop my fucking ult. But I guess he waited till me to die for him to pop it.
The camera, I gotta fix it. Son. Son.
So I'll push the cart.
Onion. Onion ring. Oh shit.
Fuck that bitch ass Bucky.
Woo! I'm dead as fuck. I got netted.
Net? Huh?
What? I got netted.
None.
What do you think I said?
None.
Bro, what? Is there something wrong with you?
Nothing, bro.
Is bro okay?
I didn't say anything, bro.
No, there's something wrong with you. Yo, Scat, thanks for the 16. There's something wrong with this guy.
Just go next, bro. I guess, but that was the worst suo I've seen in a minute, bro. Like, this bitch, oh my god.
Yo,
bro.
yo.
My bad,
Language.
bro. My bad.
Language.
I wasn't even talking about the suit.
God, this guy's so annoying.
I'm gonna walk with you. I'm not with you.
Oh my god! They're fucking all on me!
As soon as you come out,
Fuck off me!
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
You're losers.
Nice. Whoa. You want red? Nice.
Jeez, these guys are annoying.
3, 2, 0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Host Arby's day 3? Oh hell no.
I have mutant powers and a little
I'm feeling it's not about me, bro.
So what's the next disgusting thing you're gonna eat?
I'm not eating anything disgusting, bro. I only eat extravagant, exuberant eats. Quality eats.
Yeah?
Yes. I only eat quality eats.
This guy, bro.
Round 2,
When things
go!
get tense, the dark child tends to come out.
People often mistake empathy for weakness.
Some eclipses.
Stay strong.
Survive this!
Survive this.
Depends on who I'm talking to. Are you Spectre or
Can't wait for
Consul?
Cyclops. That's just gonna be so sick.
Cyclops is going to be probably another resurgence of this
He just
game.
put his number in chat. Oh no, he didn't.
Oh.
The battle starts in 5,
The fuck?
4, 3, 2, 1.
The fuck is that then?
I don't know.
What put his social in chat? It can't be a phone number. He's missing one extra number.
I might need that social.
That shit might be a social. Like I'm trying to think of what those numbers got up to be.
I'm gonna open up alone in his
That
game.
shit has got to be his fucking social.
Wait, oh, I'm on the right, on the right. Oh, there's a fucking free pick. Bucky just lurking somewhere.
Oh, that didn't reach. Awkward.
Wow. I got him since my dumbass rocket decides to go 1v1 Bucky.
Is that a thing again? Damn, bro. I'm convinced I don't even like that character. I'll just play him just to fucking counterpick. I mean, I do the same with Moon Knight, so like I'm not. I can't blame y'all, but like, holy shit. Who's wrong button?
Like my sleeps are looking extravagant today. Shot is just.
Oh, what is? Damn, they were fucking. I
Killed
don't know
her.
what hit killed me. No, I don't know. Bucky just walking in and out of the spawn room. Okay. Lost in New York. How you get lost in New York?
I got you!
Does this city get lost in? Let it be New York? Oh hell no. Both gonna get lost in New York. You're gonna get jumped. Yeah, he's not gonna get jumped, but the only friends you're gonna find is your rats. Some damn rats.
You gotta go to the spot where the raccoons are so you can feed them and shit.
Okay, bro. Like whatever.
My team is just.
Bro's name is Pillsbury Doe. You gonna see cat-sized rats. This is ranked? This is ranked.
I wasn't through with you. I was in trouble.
I ain't gonna lie, they're running triple healer.
They are indeed running triple healer. It is some cornball shit.
With Bucky Hella, man.
They still got the penny on there, the penny. I have ult, but I'm for sure gonna get counter ulted.
Oh, I'm already knowing.
I'm gonna do it.
I was about to say, there's no way Cap should live.
I cannot play the game. Oh, caught one.
Right here.
Oops, wrong button. Oh shit, somebody requested that crack. Oh no, I'm dead.
Yeah, you're a little deep.
I'm dead.
Only 60 seconds left.
Assemble!
Made up the deep energy.
Us against the world.
Yeah. Questionable suit ult.
Oops, wrong button. I almost died. My god.
I fucking guess. I feel like my rocket's just
My
not
god. Fuck. Right, is this? I think done. Something like
Are you
that.
getting dino out? I don't know if you are.
They're just playing triple healer, like playing a comp that requires little to no team effort. It's strong and requires little to no team effort. But everybody is triple healer. Okay, bro.
Just in time. Thanks. Our enemies are here.
Come on, cabron. How was Bucky alive, bro? Like,
Bro, that guy just does not die. He's getting healed like tenfold.
Like, how's my Moon Knight not killing nobody? Oh, you gotta let me know when you're going in. Damage with you.
Limbo unleashed. Shake it up. Ooh, I'm more dangerous.
You stopped them in their tracks.
I need assistance.
Overstimulating crackheads. Wait, what are you guys talking about in the chat? Overstimulated crackheads. What the fuck am I reading? You've got to be kidding me.
Myth is all first. Myth is all first.
Okay.
They're for sure gonna destroy this.
Shut down, shut down, shut down. Yep. You damage me.
Bucky, Bucky.
How much healing? They have 4 healers. This shit is cringe. They have 4 healers.
Two ulti.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god, another fucking ult.
Jesus Christ, bro. I'm fucking ulting.
I tried. There's literally nothing I can do, bro.
Oh my god! Dude, there's so much healers, bro. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Nothing is dying. They have so much healing. This shit is crazy, bro. They have like Captain America, Mantis, Cloak, and Invis, so it's just endless healing. We should have won by now, but they're just healing like insane amounts.
Oh, we can contest though. Wait, what the fuck?
Oh my.
Walk up! What's my fucking healers doing? Walk up. Mine. Oh, I'm getting. Oh my god, bro. They're playing front to back.
Oh, again, bro. How annoying. Melee weave. I keep forgetting to use the melee.
Oh shit.
Help that dino, help the dino, please.
Healer, like, what is my healers doing? They're not walking up.
Oh my god!
My dino sucks! My dino fucking sucks! Bro, she slept in one tap!
No, fuck you. My dancer, you are so sexy.
What?
Oh, we're good. Jesus Christ, this shit is so unfun. Y'all like playing that shit, man? It's like y'all are just heal botting. I don't understand anything for a win, but goddamn. I like the triple part is not even the worst part. They put in Captain America too, so they can have 4 healers. Like,
that shit was OD.
What happened to the shame?
There is none.
4 healers.
They don't know no better.
Shit is crazy. Goddamn, you had fun doing that?
Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Okay, very nice. No, I'm contemplating on getting this MS skin. I have enough now.
Alright, chat. Match is over. If anyone wants to pick my character, now's the time. If not, Blade Slop it is. No, I'm joking. Oh, lordy. I don't even want to play this match. Who do I want to play? Oh my god, we got the woman guy again. 3 matches in a row.
Bro, no, we got the shit can guy again.
He must have avoided like everybody in lobby except us.
We got the shit can guy and we got the woman scared again.
He must have avoided everybody because there's no way we got him again.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this?
Wait, what role are you playing?
I don't know what I want to play.
Alright.
Camera, it's not a new camera. My it's the same camera. It's just my thing is pointed downwards. I just gotta fix it. It keeps falling. See? I'll fix it later.
The big guy.
You're stupid.
Bro, banning him. Bro, hold on.
Okay, I'm banning Black Cat.
Oh.
All it takes is one Smurf Black Cat, and then we're out of here. All it takes is one Smurf Black Cat. And then we're cooked, bro.
Yeah, I got my gamut through. Let's ban Black Cat though.
Carcat quit Black Panther. You just made a Star-Lord video? Oh. I just read the title. I don't know if it's clickbait. And Phoenix isn't banned. Nice.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Oh, wait, he wants to play Magic? I feel like us. The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
The fuck? What is wrong with this guy?
Are you really playing Rivals if you're not in tune with your character?
Why everyone hates on duelist mains.
So if I was in 2 with Moon, I'd be schizo, no?
Swords,
Like,
guns,
no, literally, though.
grenades,
That's
Akuba,
what it might
forge,
take to become, like, the best Moon Knight in the
about
world.
ready for action.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So, like, playing Daredevil, I'd be like,
let the devil out.
Emma,
So I can say did though.
huh?
I can say did though.
I'm sorry, can we start over? This one's never gonna be a me.
I assure you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Sounds easy. Which means it's probably not, right?
There you go.
You're about to find out.
Let the devil
You
out.
AOT2 coming out soon? I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
They have someone diving back there. Iron Fist.
Another Penny Parker.
Yo, there's Iron Fist behind us.
Like I said that, but I can't say it because I'm visible.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
It would help if they didn't.
And why is all my healers dead? Oh, okay. I guess I should have walked away from the point since my healers are getting fucked in the background. But I don't know what they're getting fucked for.
Someone shoot some guys like tackling and catching.
I had this iron for some reason. It was very good.
Oh, 7? That game is gas, bro. That game is super, super fun. Part 2 will go up tomorrow on YouTube. Game is super fun. Y'all been missing out on the 007 playthrough? Yeah, I need to tap in.
I'm watching. Can I get some fucking healing? Oh, they're so everyone's distracted? Fucking heal me.
I'm only here. I can see I go.
Oh my fucking god, this guy's flying so high.
Die. Bitch. Go to bed.
Yeah, I don't know why he tried to sit behind the wall.
Love that healing feeling.
What happened? What do you mean, what happened? Oh fuck.
On point, come on point.
Limbo stands with you.
I fucking can't find any supports. Where the fuck are the supports at?
Like dead. Oh, Ultron. Oh, Daredevil. Bro, look, like, what is this tool?
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, wait. Oh, what's the man I run up
This book
behind?
has pictures.
Bro, who is this bitch talking in my ear? Like, shut up.
Just call me a bitch. Bet.
Nah.
I'm running your shit down.
No.
Check it out.
There we go.
I'm dead as fuck. I just lost the 2 healers. I mistakenly dashed at nothing.
The area's almost yours.
Give me the anime.
Hey, thanks, healing
Wait, what?
factor.
I guess.
Now I've got to fight these losers again.
Control lock.
Like, this, like, Iron Fist just stands in my ult and parries it.
Progress has passed the halfway
I'm calling it an anime. You mean game?
Huh?
No, I'm talking about chat.
The team up nobody asked for. It's a pool party.
It's a pool party.
Top left is Lord. I'm walking up though. If nobody wants to walk with me, I guess we can just fucking lose. Let the devil out! I don't get healed. Just fuck me, I guess, bro. Like everyone turn, bro. They don't use their mics.
I don't know why I wasn't getting healed in my ult.
Because they were all turned. Everyone turned around for Iron Fist.
Oh.
They're winning, but you've still got
That's
a
fun.
chance.
That's not good.
I turn around, I see magic. And both versus.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a
I think I have to play a character that can kill them faster, since I'm not getting healed.
Like I don't like. Look at this shit, bro. Oh my god.
Oh man, yeah, this sucks.
Whatever, I guess, bro. And then he switched to Thor last second. I don't play things.
I can play it, but I'm on DPS.
You know, I just don't get why everyone hates on duelist mates. Come on.
Those who
No more.
you are in the presence of royalty. You would be wise to show
30
some
seconds before you attack.
you switched.
Get ready. Look at us. We practically
It was good enough, I think.
Designed by
Jumbo Carnation.
Oh, my
Like,
costume
bro,
is kinda
we wouldn't even lose that bad. Well, actually, I feel like we would just win if they like use their mics.
But nobody mics in this rank. Can't expect that. Do you guys like calm if you guys getting dove? Like with mics? Or do you guys not have mics?
Do you hear me? I called like 5 times in the
I swear to God, he never did that. No, he did not. What the fuck is he talking about? He said one time someone said something about Iron Fist being good, and then fucking like right here.
Is it on us? On the others? I'm not helping them. He's going.
I like. How does he not?
Get down, jump down, jump down, jump down, jump down.
Everyone get on point. Everyone just get on point. Makes it easier.
Didn't I say jump down? What? Oh.
You know, literally, you already said that, but
On our back.
Our magic is 1v1ing.
like Bang should be peeling. I'ma just play for fun.
I don't 1v1 Daredevil.
He's on our back. I'm ulting.
They double support ulti.
Yeah, they also follow a little bit. Stay on point. Our raccoon's still getting chased.
Oh! She should not be alive. Oh, okay, let's say. Wait, Iron Fist. Iron Fist.
There's a stalwart behind us on healers. Healing.
Like if they just stop. Bro, my rocket was DPSing instead of healing me. Oh my God.
Stalwart and Iron Fist behind. Stalwart and Iron Fist behind.
There we go. He's using his goddamn mic. Alright, I have ult now.
You've captured more than half
You're
of the
supposed to
mission
suffer in
area.
silence.
Keep going.
Hey, I don't know why you'd want to suffer in silence instead of just using your mic. Oh, my nose so itchy.
I'll open my mic and get combat.
denizens of the deep. I'll patch you up. That is much better.
I'm on the bottom. I'm on the.
He's low. Nice.
Super low.
Good shit.
I don't think I need the ult here.
Nah, you don't.
Punch him, get him, ass. Get his ass.
How is he alive? I might ult here actually. Never mind. I'm ult.
On point. Iron Fist on point.
Everybody walked away. I'm actually so surprised that nobody died. Like both the support split up.
I'm gonna low back here.
On point. Two TPS on point. Spider-Man and
I'm playing Namor and he goes Spider-Man? Okay. That's smart. It's pretty smart.
See what happens when we use our mic?
Let's play Spider-Man to Namor. It's a pretty interesting one.
You are in the presence of royalty. You would
I need to go see that movie.
show some respect.
Obsession.
Bro, I was supposed to see that tonight, and then I got fucking sidetracked with other shit. I need to go see this shit.
Neutral.
30 seconds before you attack.
Know what I'm saying?
Get ready.
What's up, Jessica? Oh, to see it, but I saw Backrooms instead. I need to see both. Her Backrooms is pretty good too.
Actually, no, I've heard opposite, to be honest. I've heard
Really?
fucking Backrooms with ass for some reason, but I'm gonna go see it regardless. I don't listen to people, but I hear people who are dooming on it.
I see
Battle
both.
starts in 5, 4,
I don't give a fuck about nobody's opinions.
2,
Hmm.
1.
I must go
All
see it.
you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What I need to go see is Iron. Like I never get.
Iron
Did you ever watch
Lung? The
that?
Markiplier thing?
Yeah.
Nope. We'll see it eventually.
I just respect Markiplier.
Connect time already.
What the fuck? Angela on the left side, by the way.
I need to do a horror binge. Just binge horror movies.
DD right side, DD right side, DD right side behind us. Ult, ult. They're both on our back.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Okay, there everyone. Okay. Come on.
Capture the mission area.
I can't heal.
I'm walking up again.
Did that guy die? How is he back? Am I tripping?
Wait. Oh fuck. Daredevil. He's dead.
Healing guys.
I miss him a lot.
I'm blocking them. I'm ulti point.
Ooh, still got an edge. Okay, this guy needs to die. Like, you are obsessed with me.
Go for the healers,
Yeah, they are low.
the healers.
I'm dead. We didn't. Oh, okay, I
We
guess.
lose that one.
Yeah, I guess.
Wow, he's 1 HP every time.
He does not die, bro.
Hmm.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I'm just dying.
Oh, we got off thing? Wait, why do we get off thing?
I don't know.
Wait, why do we get off thing? Were we winning with thing? Why do we get off of it?
No, we literally were running them down with thing.
Wait, we were winning with thing. I don't know why we got off of it.
Fight off.
That's not very smart.
Oh, ulting.
God, this fucking Iron Fist won't leave me alone.
Behind us, the Angela behind us on Raccoon.
Bro, just walk fucking forward, bro, and kill them. Talking about some fucking behind
Yo,
us.
Angela, on point. Just take point. Don't return.
Like, holy shit. Always turning their heads, bro. Just walk the fuck forward.
Everything is mine.
I make space, they turn around and keep walking backwards for them to keep dying.
Better.
No, bitch. Fuck out of here. Nah, you can't even get no value out of it. I'm turning. Stop running.
I wish I'd aim.
Fucking heal me. I guess I have no. Oh no, they're both dead.
Nice. Both healers are dead.
Yeah.
Both healers are dead.
I'm coming though.
Hmm.
Wait, why did we get on Blade?
I'm coming back.
I mean, I guess it's working. I mean, not Blade. I mean, why do you get on Blade? But
whatever. As long as we win the match.
Come point. If you need heals.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
We have Raccoon ult. So we use it for the cancel the ult.
I need you to farm your ult, and I'm going to peel this Iron Fist to the butt.
Daredevil behind. Iron Fist.
Force him to go back. Somebody died? Oh, our Blade died? Big dive?
Great.
Oh, Punisher.
I'm trying to kill him.
He's dead. I just... Dead. Who's left? Oh, Iron Fist.
On point.
He's dead.
You'll have to keep fighting.
Oh, they're not portaling.
This site could suffer great damage.
Dead. One more.
Nice.
Unhuman team.
Not bad, not bad.
Nice, not bad.
Not bad at all.
Yes. Victory.
Let's keep this little streak going.
28. Oh man.
I got 30.
Oh man.
Alrighty. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna buy the skin.
What skin?
I'm gonna buy the skin. The Emma Bloodstone one, the little maid one.
Go for it. That's effects on it. You gotta upgrade it.
Okay.
No true.
Oh, I need that
makes
blue skin.
decisions
Oh
only
my
for himself.
She's just so gorgeous.
For bast.
Just for me.
My aim is true.
Double KO.
The enemy approaches.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Needed this.
That's amazing.
Equip this. Equip this. Equip this.
6 in a row.
Matter of fact, fucking equip this too.
Unbelievable.
And let me get the blue. Equip. Cost lattice for all this? I guess, bro.
You have brought shame.
Alright, it's time. I'm a real Bloodstone player.
That's 3.
Oh, you really?
Type shit.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Don't ever doubt the kid.
That's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go.
Alright, let's run it up.
Tremble before fast.
Unbelievable.
The enemy approaches.
Alright, let's go. Who do I play now? Jam Party 12. It's a jam party.
A jam party?
Yeah, it's a jam party. What?
What?
Oh, jam isn't like jelly.
No, like, what you know about
Which
that?
do you think you want to be today?
What the hell?
The skin is so good, bro. Like, oh my god.
What you're gooning?
Her little thick guy.
What you're gooning?
Who am I gonna banish from
I
this
ain't gooning, I'm appreciating.
You're what?
I'm appreciating. This is not good.
Did you say you're a goon and you're a what?
I'm not. What? The Goonster
Son.
69.
Oh my god, what the fuck? You know that guy's name.
Yeah, that's the real Gooner right there. Okay, they also banned group. Go crazy.
Black cat on the screen unlocked. Hey yo.
Gambino.
Gambino. Childish Gambino?
This is America. This is America. Yoink. Yoink.
My poor black cat.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yoink. Give me
Poor black cat.
Yoink.
So you tell me they banned Black Cat over Ditto and Phoenix? Have we like lost the plot?
She's equally as cancer.
Or Dino? Like, yes,
No
but
Dino
like
ban is
it just
crazy.
happened to be Black Cat.
Oh, we also double banned twice, so.
I guess. Yeah, never get to play the cat. It's impossible. On this rank.
No,
Or any rank, honestly. They just insta ban this character.
Ooh, this skin is euphoric, bro.
30 seconds before you attack.
Wait, why did
Get
she take
ready.
the... Give me this... Oh, hold on.
When I'm done in this timeline, there won't be any monsters left standing.
Skin is so good.
Can I get my summer Psylocke skin? No, come on. Need a new one.
No, like I need that summer Psylocke skin as well.
No, I need a new one.
And what?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I need a summer Rogue skin, summer Elsa skin.
That fucking hurt.
Everyone with the huge assets.
What?
They need a summer.
That all women are to you? Assets? Cancel this guy.
I said the huge no. What? Yo, you be trying to hold on. You be trying to give me like bad PR, man. Like, what is this? You be trying to set me up, bro, for failure, bro.
It worked.
It don't fucking work.
He was agreeing until he realized what I said. So it worked. Kill this girl. You greedy fuck. That's not nice. That's not nice to call me. I didn't do nothing to deserve that. I'm a player like the rest of you. I just want more from my characters like the rest of you guys. I'm not asking for much. I just want a second beach skin.
Just big and greedy.
I'm not asking for much. Yeah, at least I don't think I'm not. Don't run.
It's big and greedy. Bro, okay, I mean, this nigga is a fucking KS, like, bro, just kill Stiller.
Who, me?
No, this fucking Moon Knight, bro. I just got, I got all three of them low. He just one taps them all. Fuck out of here.
Is that a squirrel though? Okay.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
And Punisher, okay.
These niggas start losing, bro. Brain turns off, bro. Time to hold right click.
And Bandino, that's their fault. Oh my god, a healer to actually walk with me. Wow, that's... I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Wow, in this rank, I low-key did not expect that.
No! This fucking squirrel, bro.
She actually came with me to take space. That's insane. What's wrong? You're trapped? You climbed the wall? That's cheating.
You, bro.
I think he's a
literal
mortal.
chud to get on scoreboard, bro. Turns into a chud.
B-hop. The B-hop and Dino. He's come for me? Oh, wow, that guy's crazy.
Oh, I thought my team was here. I'm dead. I thought my team was... Oh my god, they died.
Hey, Goonster, can I get the snowflake? Oh, thanks. What a nice Goonster. What a nice Gooner.
Bro, you sound so crazy.
Bro, his name is the Goonster. What a nice Gooner. Oh, my snowflake's gone. They died.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
Fuck, where'd this guy come from?
Like, this Luna activated the fucking penny mine and I died with her.
There's no way I died to him. I think I died to Squirrel. Yeah, I was getting hit by Squirrel. Why? Here's my mouth. What the fuck? What is that commandment? Yo, I gotta delete the fucking quotes command. What the fuck did you guys quote in my chat? I need to delete those. Gotta put some bullshit in there. Talking about something you gotta be sub to Asian Bunny or something. What in the hell? You guys are gooning.
Nah, they're OD diving now. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta get my ult off.
Alright, bro. You wanna fucking... Trying to fucking kill me, right? Bet that. You can run that shit up. Oh, she froze me. Oh, I got stunned. Yo, CC change, please. Onion. Bro tried to copy my flow. You can't dino like me. There's only be one dino. Ow, stop fucking CCing me. You wanna ban my black cat, right? Come here. Oh, they moved that. You wanna ban my black cat, right? You wanna ban my kitten, right? That sounds insane.
Yo.
This is for what y'all did to my kitten. This is for what y'all did to my little kitten.
Can't play with the cat no more.
What? Yo. Bro, man, he can't play with the cat no more. It's crazy. What the hell? What the hell, bro? Justice for my kitten. What's up, Sanjay? How you doing?
I am gonna get a little bit of bro, Luna.
Did she just die in her ult? That is embarrassing.
Like, really?
It's not like you can handle the cat. I can handle the cat. Stop playing with me.
You don't know what you're doing with the cat.
Son. Stick to that Ulsa Bloodstone, bro.
I can show you your trick.
She stunned me before she died? Like, what? Oh my god, I'm
Bro, my nigga. Oh my god, I'm getting ran the fuck down, bro. Like, it's like crazy.
No, just infinite fucking CC works. Just infinite CC works, bro. Stun into another stun, into another stun, into a freeze, into a net, into a Squirgle, fucking nut trap. Like into another freeze. Into fucking Dino's mouth. Like, oh my god. Just stun, into stun, into stun. That was Dino, he was really good.
I guess, bro. Give it to the goat.
Thank you. There's a blade behind you guys. He's probably gonna ult. Just be careful. He's probably gonna ult you guys from behind.
He just used ult, not to.
Oh my god, I'm just getting loop stunned.
He grabbed me.
The Dino's broken, chat, but he has counters, which is like what.
Oh my god, look at it, this nigga, bro. He's dead.
I'm pretty sure
I'm
I'm
dead.
gonna have to switch from this
Like,
Dino.
oh my fucking
Just
god,
tenacity in this
bro.
game, I don't see it. That shit only shows up when it wants.
The squirrel girl just holding down her button, bro. Not fucking thinking.
Oh my god, bro. Like, y'all added a tenacity change and y'all have a character with a 3-second stun cooldown. It's like y'all contradicted yourselves. Like, I know y'all don't want stuns in the game like that, lasting that long, so I don't know why you gave a character a 3-second stun. It doesn't make any sense. Did he just ult me? Who the fuck does that? Oh my goodness. Pull it back, pull it back. Oh shit, I can't see mine. Where'd she go? Oh, one person.
On the left is a pro girl, bro. Where'd she go? She's so low.
Stun. Please stop stunning me. I beg, bro. Like, fucking. Please, bro. Got $1 for it to have been stunned this much. Yo.
Oh my god.
Come here, bro. Let me show you how it's done, bro.
They're We have ult? We have syringe? Oh, portal?
What do we have? We have a life.
No.
Oh, wow.
Anyone else up for taking an Empire?
Why?
Nice.
Team, go to.
That was a little close.
Score is 3.
A little fucking rough.
They added a tenacity mechanic, but some characters' stuns are just OD. Luna's nose freeze lasts way too long. You're stunned for way too long. Penny's net cooldown needs a higher cooldown. 3-second stun is insane. I mean, 30-second cooldown for a stun is just ridiculous. Yeah, you can destroy it, but the net is so fast. So like, if she's up close, she just barrel stuffs you. They want you to shoot the net when it's coming to you. But like, if she's close to you, it's unreactable. Like, it's unreactable. You have to like be pre-firing to cancel it. I don't know how much. It's like 3 seconds, right? Let me see. Let me check it right now. It's 3 seconds. Yeah, look at that. And like, she can put mines in them. Oops. And makes them invisible. Like, she can just keep spamming it over and over and over. It's so annoying. It's actually so annoying, bro.
Wait, don't tell me.
Can't be shy if you're... Yeah, if you're high ping, you have to just hold that. You're on high ping, you have to hold that. There's a lot of stuff like that in this game, though. You're high ping, you're not fighting that. Yo, this Gooner has all the... Oh, wow.
4, 3.
Oh, yeah, at least he has a Jeff one, at least.
You have to stop them from
What
securing
rank is
the
this?
missionary.
I think Diamond? Diamond? GM? Something like that. Just something.
Man plans, the gods laugh.
Well, that didn't work out for him.
Not at all. What was they cooking? Where's the Blade at? Blade just left.
Literally,
Blade
he
literally
died before even the
dipped.
portal.
Did he die?
He died before they even portaled.
Oh.
Shit was. I was like, damn, like, why did Blade just die? Because they're portaling.
Smurfing? Nah, I'm not really smurfing. I'm playing tank. I don't play tank. I mean, I know how to play the Dino, but like, I'm not. I don't play him at it like a Celestial or nothing like that. Unless you think I do. Hold on, that's a compliment. I'm playing characters I don't play. Like last match I played, the match before that I played Magic, and the last match I played with Iron Man. Or, I don't know. Who did I play last match? Deadpool? I don't know. I'm playing random ass characters. I'm just playing Dino because we need a second tank. But if you want me to smurf, I can show you smurf. Hold on. I can show you smurfing if you want to see
By all means,
smurfing.
carry my game.
Nah. Only if there's another enemy smurf. If there's an enemy smurf, then I'll smurf.
I'm putting in my good fair share.
Vile creatures have risen from the realm below.
Oh, he should be dead.
Watch this match a little bit. Yeah, I played Namor and Deadpool last match. Okay, I can see Namor a little bit of smurfing, but like I'm just a Lord Namor. That's it. Only because like we need an anti-dive. If I didn't go anti-dive, then we would have lost that match. Like some characters, like I have to play.
Like, I ain't complaining, man. I'm just trying to play the game with the home. Watch the Miniman run up behind.
All right, kill both the healers.
Oh, he left.
W peels. Let them left them to die, and they don't do enough damage. It's done with Superga.
Hitting here could cause massive destruction. Time for my biggest hit.
No damage to Diddy Dino. Oh, he died. That's awkward. I was gonna shield it for him. I was reading shots, so I didn't get to react on time.
But we aren't shit. Like, go to bed.
Oh, wait, he did all. That's hilarious. I'm going for the Phoenix. I fucking hate Phoenix players. Oh, he fucking ran.
Well, both the DPS on the left side.
Oh, we're losing?
We're not in anymore. Wait, they're running triple. Oh, wait, they're running triple DPS. Wait, they're running some cancerous ass fucking triple DPS. Moon Knight, no more Phoenix, man. Holy shit.
I don't. I can't lie. Who can start down on the comp?
If we hold our strange with TP.
No Pilgrim. You're supposed to play like Moon Knight and Punisher. Moon Knight and Punisher is open.
On the point. What is he doing? Get on the point. Oh.
Touch. Oh, too late.
I tried.
Unlucky. Wait, don't go in. Don't go in. Oh, you guys are crazy. Oh, you guys got a portal. That's actually good value. Okay, that's good value. That's good value. Don't go in the portal though. I don't know why that girl support ulted, but all right. Oh my god, this character is so broken, bro. I hate Phoenix, man. Yes. Character has no downsides.
Oh, my mouse just died, bro. Don't do that to me.
I just charged mine before I got on. My wire's on my mouse right now. I almost forgot.
Bro, don't do that to me. My mouse died. Don't do that to me, bro. No.
I'm dead to Phoenix again. Oh my god, bro. This character hard counters Dino. Jesus Christ, bro.
Bro, come on, bro.
This is why we banned Phoenix. This is why you banned Phoenix. I can't even get back there to her because she's sitting so far behind her team. Or like she's going up to like high ass places I can't get to. Hell nah. Put him back in there. Throw his ass in the Moon Knight ult. These guys' animations are bugged on my screen. Look at this.
Wait, someone behind me? What was that? Oh. What you were doing?
Battle with sleep. Sonya. Oh, I didn't go for their fucking healers. I'm a bot. I have their whole backline distracted.
One. Oh my god, bro.
That ass.
Fuck that bitch. Go to bed.
You stopped them in their tracks.
That was some good heals.
Oh,
excuse me.
Don't do that.
I'm tired, bro. I was busy all day. So I said this is probably not gonna be a long stream.
I was busy all day. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh man.
Way to go. That vehicle
Oh shit. Went back on Squirrel Girl. What I like,
Oh,
bro.
good. Downgrade characters. I like that.
I like
From Phoenix to Squirrel Girl. Like that. Oh, I'm dead. I'm running it down. I gotta stop. I didn't know you guys were. I don't know what you guys are fighting back there. You guys are fighting something.
better stop that vehicle.
On your toes. Here they come.
Down to 30 seconds. It's now or never. Stop them.
Yeah, people were
What am I doing? I'm running it down. I gotta stop. I'm autopiloting. Oh, we're trying to flank. I mean, I can flank, just that I didn't have ult.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Don't give them another inch.
The tired autopilot. Alright, let's win this and get out of this fucking match, please. Do not OT this. Nice.
Iron Man.
Nice.
Nigga, fuck is you talking about?
Good old, good old, good old.
2. Another epic victory. Big win.
Not bad, not bad. That's pretty good.
These games could be faster.
The Goonster. Good night,
Wait,
good
hold
night,
on. This
Jason.
MVP hard as fuck.
Yep. Chat, we're gonna do an early stream tomorrow. So be there. I'll be live at like 1 p.m. 1
Bro,
p.m.
no way. It's edging me, bro. I need 2 points.
12-hour stream tomorrow. Long stream tomorrow.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's a long stream tomorrow.
That's how you come in?
What? Nakatsu left fucking Tekken? Oh my god, what? Nakatsu left Tekken as well? Yo, they all going to work with Harada? Oh my god. Is Michael Murray gonna leave next?
I don't blame him.
Are you serious? Holy shit. Oh shit, that's crazy. What's that other guy that left as well? Oh, I forgot the other guy's name. There was another guy that left as well. Why are people leaving Tekken? I don't know. Some crazy shit's happening at Bondi, so I guess they're all gonna go work with fucking Harada at SNK.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh my god. Wow, that's actually crazy. Laid off? No, they're not laid off. They don't. They're not. Believe me, they're not getting laid off. Who the hell is gonna lay off Harada? He was like the boss. He's like the boss of the bosses. Like what's? You can't lay off Harada. What the? He left.
That is the boss.
That is the boss. You can't lay off the boss. Yeah, they're all gonna work with Harada on SNK and whatever the hell game they're about to make. It's probably gonna be Soul Calibur if I had to guess, or some shit. Or not Soul Calibur.
I haven't had another Soul Calibur.
I don't know what the fuck. What are they gonna make? They're gonna make something. It's not Soul Calibur. I didn't mean to say Soul Calibur. I forgot the other game. I don't know. Or maybe it's a new IP. I have no clue. They're gonna make something. It's probably a new IP. Oh yeah, Samurai Showdown. There you go. It's probably gonna be Samurai Showdown. If I had to guess. But who knows? If I had to guess, I'm gonna say it's a new Sam show. I ain't never played Sam show. I watched it though. Damn.
Well, you never played Sam show
left as well? No. That's crazy.
I haven't really played an actual match before. I think I've just like played it at like a friend's house or
I'm
some
the
shit.
brightest in the sky.
Now for the Human Torch. Now for the Human Torch. This Sam show was fire. But it launched like that. Didn't have like no rollback, no crossplay. So it was like, yeah, one of those.
Oh wait.
Time to torch it up. Time to torch it up. I used to be so goated with this character. And I stopped playing him.
Human Torch?
Yeah, my torch was crazy.
You was just like on every character?
I mean, every DPS. It's not like Spider and Black Panther. Hell yeah.
You some ass, gang.
Yeah, that's why you never get that beach skin.
Do you remember in the Avengers movie when Hulk just threw Loki around?
3, 2,
Oh god.
Yeah, me too.
No, my mom didn't let me watch movies.
Damn!
I don't.
Spider-Man on the right, coming in.
Listen, damn. Oh,
Actually, like, super surprised I didn't sleep. Wait, that's what I'm like.
Alright, interesting back.
There's one over here. Is there? I could have sworn I saw someone up there. Oh yeah, they did.
Fuck that guy go.
I just watched 3 unsuccessful dives. Like, that shit is hilarious.
That's poor Mag. He's not only way. He's not pushed up.
Bro, can she leave me alone, please?
I got Angela.
Why is there a beat? Ooh, I like that.
What?
Oh, I saw her pinned down on the floor. So I slammed on her. Okay, that sounds insane out of context.
Yeah, like, what the fuck are you saying?
Bro, Angela was pinned down, so I shot my flame thing and I slammed on her. Got
So
real
you
hot.
shot your flames on her while she was pinned down.
I mean, yes. Technically.
Nah, you going crazy, twin. Fuck.
I'm dead.
So cold.
Better make this count.
Oh, fuck. Thank you.
Okay, how about we try this again?
Something like that.
My power knows no limits.
TP's here.
Nah, my torch is still him. My torch is still him.
You might just be doing something.
Us against
You a
who?
little less ass than I thought you were.
Us against who, Chad?
Against no.
Us against who?
Approach this site with caution. You're
ahead of us.
Can be found here.
Like, what is he doing? Put that little nigga to sleep, bro.
I'm gonna go
Oh,
bomb
if
him
that 2 shield wasn't there, I just Kobe'd. Oh my god. No, that's really ass. Go to bed. Fear Magneto.
Whoa.
How am I the
Oh, you got your
only
shit
one to
clapped.
get hit by that? Like, bro, you didn't even.
You got your shit clapped.
Bro, you got your shit clapped.
Only 60 seconds.
Bruh.
Hey, no, no way we lose.
Who's the man? Let's light this
The
candle.
fact that I almost killed Magneto is crazy.
You can ult us in.
Judge.
Oh.
Jury.
Oh, he bragged me back.
Punisher ulted. Oh, Invis ulted.
Oh, and
Yeah,
I'm
Mago's
dead.
coming
He
up.
burns through that, damn.
Like,
No, I just TP'd.
Shields up.
What's up?
Oh, good. Yeah,
Pantless.
folks.
Pantless is crazy. Look, what's up, Pantless?
like Wolverine literally pushed me all the way back, I guess, bro.
Yummy.
Listen, there's no reason to melee on this character in the air anymore. Like I said, it's patched.
Oh,
the
good.
reload
I mean, we
cancel?
only have. Oh shit.
I can't see you. I can't see you. Oh, he fucking dashed away.
Hey, bro, you
That
gotta
guy
lose so
wanted
much.
you.
Hey, bro, that's what's up. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm fucking dead.
No, you're not.
Why is this
Turn, no, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting.
Oh my god, I suck.
Oh my god.
I know who he's obsessed with
He's
now,
going
bro.
straight to me. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy, bro.
I tried to keep you alive.
Now you're good.
This Wolverine is so trash.
Hot diggity dog.
I am ready to put on a
Chat,
show.
y'all like hot
I
diggity
am ready
dogs,
to
chat?
put in, though. I know you do, bro.
Shower, yeah, a hot dog no fucking meat mountain. So, you know.
I ain't gonna lie, you not lying though. I would rather throw
I'll
back your
devour a
friends
hot
and eat all
dog.
that shit up.
Here we go.
Alright, man, you ain't gotta say all that though.
Glizzy glide here. What the? Poor guy was burning. Poor guy. Whatever, better him than me. Oh my god, they have a Phoenix now, bro? How is this character never getting banned, bro? I gotta pay attention to ban face. Holy shit. Low-key
on,
Phoenix
back
can
it
do no
up.
damage to Human Torch.
See
Oh,
you
wait.
never. Oh, he's a prop!
He's a what?
He's a top.
Oh no, Luna!
I have no clue what he said.
So I just wanna know how we have 3 support ults and
No, we'll use them one day.
like literally allergic to using them.
Supernova!
Wait, how did I die?
How did you die?
Wait, what? Oh wait, Phoenix all went off on top of me. I didn't see that.
Supernova.
Render me assistance. Our victory is nearly at hand. I have many faces.
Oh, they have Venom now.
This guy's so fucking annoying, bro. Leave me alone.
I will.
Jeez. Uh-oh.
No!
The Starlord should have died though.
I don't know,
Like he seriously
the boom
just...
still didn't jump on the damn site, bro.
I am ready to put on a show.
This is, we got him on our team again. That's pretty funny. No, he Luna ulti should have hopped straight on site.
Focus on the battle. I am ready to put on a show.
I bounced the mag out of the way. Oh, he's pissed. The portaling? I'm gonna see if I can cancel. Just kidding, I missed. Nice.
You are nothing.
You are nothing.
I she almost ate. How did she take my ace? Yo, Luna's busted right now.
I thought you said you almost ate. I was about to be like, period.
Oh.
Go crazy.
I did do that.
Top-notch team to win this one.
You almost ate. Okay. Unk using the lingo.
Unk using the lingo. Bro, you older than me. Come on.
Not older than you, bro.
Son, you're like 32.
Dude. And you're
You've
like
been
what,
playing Strive
34?
since like the first iteration, bro.
But you're like 34 gang. Just chill.
34.
Or 33.
Nah.
Nah.
I ain't even finished high school yet.
What?
I haven't finished high school yet.
Oh, in fact, you just went straight to streaming it and YouTube and shit.
No, I didn't finish it
Fuck
yet.
high school.
I'm still in
Oh
high
yeah,
school.
like you're still in. Oh, so you're like.
It was on that.
So you're still in high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That works.
Giant, the taciturn terror.
Taciturn terror.
I don't know if I just finished it. Congrats on graduating.
Few words, aren't you?
Congrats on. Is that really a congrats though?
Yeah, some people don't graduate. What the hell? What?
I'm
Oh
thinking,
my
like,
god. That's like saying,
just
why
saying,
would I go to your graduation? Isn't it expected?
I mean, is it not? Like, go to
Some
school, ain't
people's
it?
families have parents that never graduated high school.
I mean,
Not everyone
better.
has good education or a
like,
way to get
congrats, my
education.
nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, you finished school. Like, now you upgraded to real life.
Forgive him. This guy is quite. Hold on, what the fuck?
Nah, I'm fucking around.
Help, help, help.
You know what I'm saying? I did hope. We're running triple support, and I promise I'm the only one
We're
healing.
on triple healer. That's crazy.
I'm the only one healing you. I'm Manta, so I can only heal you, but so
It's not even like I'm flying high either.
trust and believe.
Oh, it's right there. It wasn't, but
She's mad about that. Slap the fuck out that biatch.
Oh, they're not TPing. Okay.
they aren't TPing. Wow. I gotta get my
Oh,
ace back from this Luna somehow.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Ooh, that felt nice.
I have to.
Don't step on lava.
I think there's one in the back.
I can't see you.
I don't want you to see me. I
Nice.
see girls, not men. What the hell?
Yeah. What? You still want to see me? Trust.
Son. Son.
You don't like looking at me?
And I'm underage.
No TP.
Okay.
What?
I'm like, what are you telling me for? Like.
What did he just say? She took my ace. No. Yo, how did she take it back? This character's so busted. How did she take my shit back? Oh my god, I just had it and she just took it back. God damn it. Ooh, it's so busted this patch.
That was good.
Damn goonster. Damn pesky goonsters. Just damn pesky gooner.
Bro, it's almost diamond time, bro. Like, let's just keep going, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, it's time, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Yes, bro. Get me out of this God forbidden rank, bro. You see the terrorist I get, bro. Come on.
How the hell did he take my ace? I have 22 finals.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. I literally have 22 finals and dude snagged my shit.
Yeah. Get out my room.
Nah, stay in his room.
No, you won't be back. Leave.
Stay in his room. I need to boot up P5X.
I was just talking to someone about that the other day. I was like, bro, I need another mobile game to play.
I get back on that P5X. Reboot my addiction.
My fighting path, though, I think you did a video on it one time. Bro, that's
that
the real
shit
peak,
is still never coming back to NA.
It will never come to NA, but just know, that's the real peak right there.
Damn, that's crazy. This dude, Harada's just snagging devs from Tekken. And they just about to go work on a different game. That's crazy.
Oh, we're going against the Goonster. Should we ban his Luna?
Yes. I'll do it.
I think we should ban his Luna.
Yo, they got a Luna one trick on the enemy team. Let's ban that.
It worked out for everybody.
I'm not even trolling. We just played with a Luna OTP 2 matches in a row.
Like no
It's
lie,
the Goonster. That's his name. Don't question it. What's P5X? Persona 5X.
Oh, and the other guy. Who the fuck was it? There's another person.
The Phantom X. Come over with the other guy.
I think it was a tank or so. I'm not mistaken. Oh wait, I didn't mean to ban Groot. Oops. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to ban Groot.
How do I know that? We just played with him 2 matches in a row.
Yeah. I can't say anything because I'm calm banned. Bro, if Groot goes through, oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to ban Groot.
Oh shit, you banning our teammates? Oh, this
I
motherfucker
did
is
not
trolling.
mean to do that.
Better tell him that before he starts trolling.
Bro, tell him for me, bro. I'm fucking beefing.
Okay, my friend is chat banned, but he said he didn't mean to ban Groot.
From the bottom of my heart, bro. My bad.
She said she was sending you feed pics as compensation.
I didn't say that, but go crazy.
Pick your hero.
Like, what's up with you today? You want me to be a femboy? You want me to send feed pics? Like,
No got you chat ban. He's chat ban.
I'm super chat ban. These niggas go just so.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Go ahead and send him the feed pics.
Yeah, you just want me to send feed pics to, like, bro? Hello?
You banned his character, bro.
Bro,
Don't look at me.
I can't be a femboy for you. I won't be sending.
You banned his character.
Like, come on, bro.
Send him his damn pics.
Like, you want me to shake ass and shit?
What the fuck? What's a yapper?
No, you're a yapper.
Home with a PRS. I mean, he's chat banned, so yeah, hell yeah.
I'm as flawless as they come.
First, I wasn't on stream.
Feisty. Oh my god, this girl's a troll, bro. Feisty, I see your messages. Stop trying it.
That Jeff had to get yelled at.
Formal affair, Namor. Shall I assume you'll be wearing a shirt?
If that is what is expected of me, of course.
How disappointing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
He's an actual troll, bro.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was the fucking the Hulk that we had.
That's not that bad, I guess.
Yeah, no.
Why did our Turkish friend just die?
Oh,
Turkish. What is it? Turkish Yuki? Oh, MK. Turkish MK. I heard that wrong.
Bro, there's no way she sniped me. Let me see that. Oh, she got so fucking lucky. Okay, Hella's literally like, all right, hold on.
They captured the mission area.
God, bro.
Who did they have? Sue Gambit?
Night Ox. Why is Gambit not? Oh man. Oh my god. Am I solo tanking? Where is my other tank? Oh my god. She's netting me every 3 seconds, bro. Like fucking hell, bro. Please stop fucking netting me. Please stop netting me, bro.
Oh, bro. They're playing together, bro. I just need to fucking, bro. Bro, I need to. Oh my god.
Onion, bro. This is cooked. I'm on 30 DPS. This shit is ass.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
This shit is ass, bro.
This Squirrel is not doing shit. And I have gotten them low so
I
many
need to kill this Penny Parker. I'm going Punisher.
Help.
Fucking Penny Parker and a Groot. Or not Groot, Hulk.
Oh, she's sitting in a corner, bro. Alright, okay. I'm switching. I'm gonna switch. Yeah, the hell is literally fucking blending in. Yeah, no. Make some switches.
Oh my god. Sonny, and this match is cooked.
No.
Now I'm getting mad.
I mean, it's so fucking stupid. Did he just gambit all 3 people?
I guess, bro.
I guess we have to touch.
If we can get on the fucking point.
Fuck no, we can't get on the point.
No, we got no point.
Oh, great. Good someone.
Like, I literally knew he was gonna ult.
And I killed it. But, yeah.
You dead? Moon Knight?
Yeah.
I'm dead, though?
Yeah.
I'm dead?
We're not winning this match.
What, my Gambit is not on the point? Get on the point. There we go.
Oh, wait, we won a team fight, finally. Might be winnable.
Okay. We pull back. This Hella? I don't know, bro.
Yo, hot take. Hulk is actually way better than people say.
I think he's
fucking
really
hate that character. He's a little bubble merchant. Alright,
okay,
also
I
get
guess
into
team. I guess, bro. Like, I guess team.
Bro.
Like,
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
my tank and Iron Man just literally walk up together and die together. Like, 1 and 4 and 2 and 6.
This isn't good. Definitely shouldn't be playing Iron Fist into this comp, but
I'm just more mad that they walked up and died together. Like, why?
Right is right.
Oh god, bro.
Out of sight.
Damn Penny Parker, bro. Damn Winnie Walker. Winnie Walker.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, this isn't the best looking game,
Kids
but it's okay.
Out of this.
We clutch up in game 2.
If I didn't have Tandy, the Dark Force would have taken me a long time ago.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Out of sight.
Won't run away.
my god, can I play the game?
Battlefield ready again. Judge, jury, executioner!
Walking up.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
Was that from mine? There's a penny just sitting back here.
Crazy clown.
Can be found here. Enemy target located.
Succumb to the ocean's might.
They have a Magneto now. Okay. Instead of the Penny Parker switching to fucking dude switches to Magneto. You really are one of a kind, aren't you? Anything for your buddy to play that fucking guy. Oh no, that's not good. Oh nice. Anything for your buddy to play that Penny Parker, huh? Yeah, hold this, old bitch. Laser. Where that Gambusty at? Need some of that. Wait. Yo, he's waiting. Yo, this guy's a weirdo. Oh yeah, he's super weird. He wanted me badly.
Why are you my
like there ain't other people to shoot.
Enemy target located.
Suck me more, bro. Suck me more.
Sometimes you just you need a little bit of firepower. What in the hell is Goonster doing? Sometimes you just need a little bit of firepower, chat. A little bit, just a little bit. Nice.
See what I'm saying? Game 2?
A little bit of
Game
Call
2?
of Duty.
We pull it back.
We love Call of Duty around here. We love Call of Duty. Kenshiro and Fatal Fury? That character's gonna be hilarious.
You know what?
I like gameplay. I thought he was already out, but he wasn't. I guess he isn't.
Hello, character. They don't hit you up to do the little thingy-majingies stream?
They used to. I had the videos. I didn't have the streams.
Oh, okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
That's right.
ready.
You're not a fighting game playing no more.
Yeah, something like that.
Think you're
I didn't even sign up for the new slam. Did you sign up for the new Stadium Slam?
straight between
Fuck no, I didn't sign up for the new
Sign up for it.
What? Fucking. Actually, let me stop.
You don't think you're gonna get picked?
Never mind. No. I was about to say something weird, but nah, maybe I should next time.
Oh, sign up now. Like the sign up's opened yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Battle starts in 5.
Wait, what game is it for?
2x.
3,
Unless you don't want to play 2x.
1.
Yeah.
All you need to do is capture
I didn't sign up because I don't want to do another 2x kill one.
The game is just so volatile. It's just.
They said there's gonna be some for other games. Well, games you haven't done yet, which is probably gonna be Strive. Did you do a Strive one?
I would. What? Would I do a Strive one?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for. I'm either gonna wait for that or it's either gonna be Strive, Tokon, or Avatar.
I'll up in that Strive one. I hope I can noob stomp.
But I guess it's probably gonna be Strive.
I'll be all up in there.
The ones
on
out,
the
yeah.
ass and shit. Oh yeah.
You're so weird, bro. I'm playing Star-Lord. I'm sorry. Oh, I gotta resist. I can't do that. Wait, they're on triple healer. What? Oh God, bro, these guys are so weird.
We got no healer?
Oh no, we ain't got no healer, bro. We're on triple healer like these guys are. Oh my goodness, bro.
Niggas turn so insecure, bro.
Yo, why do we have a Namor still? We don't need Namor. Yeah, we don't need Namor anymore, by the way. You can switch off Namor if you want. They don't have any dive. don't know we're on no more anyway.
I need medical support.
Unlucky.
Like, how is he dying? How is he dying?
I'm stuck.
Nobody's walked up. I'm lost on how he's dying.
Oh my god, yeah. Okay, I don't think we're gonna win this match.
No.
I don't know how Cloak
We
and
need to
ulted
make
him.
something.
But Cloak should ulted us and he just didn't.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway.
Bro, you gotta start IGLing, bro.
IGLing, bro. Who wanna listen to me? I play blue. I'm joking. Yo, Cloak, you ult us in. Thank you.
I'm not trying to lose, bro. What are we on, like, the 4-game streak?
Oh my fucking god, bro.
There's one behind. Oh, Magneto behind. And then this fucking...
So unlucky. This character's so slow, bro. I'd rather play Starlord, but I don't want to play Starlord just to be smurfing.
I'm dead, bro.
I don't even think Starlord would even make a difference here, honestly.
I'm
pretty
dead,
sure we lost regardless.
Like, what else can I do, bro? No, bro. Get in there. Do something. Anything. Get on the fucking point. Get on the point. Come on.
Oh, you didn't gamble on me, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god. This character just gets slapped by friggin'. He even hit me. He missed. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how he misses that.
Bro. Everyone dies, bro.
Our
And he left the
Turkish
game.
Moon Knight went 8-12 and left the damn game, bro.
Yeah,
Oh
left
my
the fucking game after running it down, I guess.
He horrible Gambit ult. He didn't even get me in the Gambit ult. He just Gambit ult's just a Gambit ult. I gotta avoid the guy. He just all autopiloting.
Finally fucking lost, I guess. It's not too bad, I guess.
Oh man.
He's getting avoided. Hold on. Nigga left the fucking game. Like, bro, doesn't stop the devastating shit you did to me.
Unlucky. Unlucky.
Okay, not bad. How many games was that? Hold on. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, 6 games in a row, though. You know what? I'll fucking take it.
Those 6 games in a row.
That we won.
Down or what?
No, I'm gonna keep going. Hold on. Man, I'm trying to get. I'm really realistically. I'm trying to see if I can get at least to diamond or 1 game away from diamond before I get off.
Mm.
Kind of getting some elo. I'm just trying to get this shit from the battle pass. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
So watch how you doing. Practice mode. I'm usually hard stuck. Gym 1. 2 seasons can barely get out of Gym 3. You gotta lock in, bro. It's this season's probably the hardest it's ever been to rank. Since there's so much cheaters. And there's a lot of people playing ults right now since no one's playing on their mains. So chance of you getting smurfed on is very, very high. So don't feel bad if you can't rank up this season.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
This game is just so unplayable by yourself, bro. Like my brain returned to mush.
I mean, I'm supposed to play it alone.
The
Yeah,
higher
I
the
get
pressure,
that,
the more dazzling the diamond.
Said there's a cheat issue.
Yeah. Finish from this match.
I mean, it's not like they haven't addressed it. Just gotta hope they do something about it.
Yeah, bro, let's ban Spidey, bro. You're a fucking smart human being.
Like, you're a fucking idiot.
With double support ults. Oh no, you gotta IGL. Like you have to tell them not to. I don't know. You gotta just like figure something out. You gotta IGL, or I mean, you're gonna lose.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. If nobody's using mics, bro, you have to IGO, bro.
Because the enemy team is probably micing up like crazy, and your team's not micing up, so you're just getting shitted on.
Lose the game, bro. If nobody IGOs. Ban fucking Daredevil no more. Why did we ban Moon Knight? Like bro. And no more, bro. For Daredevil.
I'm in Daredevil.
Doesn't matter as long as it's not fucking Moon Knight.
Penny ban? Oh, they're diving.
Oh, pick me! The right heroes could make all the difference.
I watched the middleman run up behind it. Oh wait.
Freedom's an idea that will never die.
I need another Psylocke skin already.
So a damn preset message that says don't double support ult. I mean, yeah, but you guys, that doesn't mean like you guys gotta still decide who goes first. Now they're just both gonna sit there not ulting because they don't know who's gonna go first. They have to decide. Or tell one of them to go first.
Watch another game because they didn't communicate who was gonna ult first. They ulted at the same time. And they're like, why did you ult with me? Like, no, you should have calmed that.
I've been told that before.
Coming through.
You play God of War in order? God of Wars?
If you came from my world, you would have little choice.
God of War is just does like chili.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Punisher, Phoenix. Oh my fucking god, I hate this game.
Sorry, soldier. He's coming real heavy. I'll be ship shape in no time.
Why do you ult me?
What the thing? Dude, I'm the only one diving.
That's the most I need.
I'm dead. What the fuck is this Black Panther doing?
Didn't know. Playing a tank? What is that? Outlandish me playing a tank? What do you mean?
Just here to do my duty. Sorry, soldier. Take this.
Against the world.
Oh shit, never mind.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh wow. No, no, no! Oh my god, bro. Fucking thing, bro.
What are you aiming at?
I am Phoenix. Keep holding this, keep holding this.
Probably gotta kill the fuck. Mess up the combo.
Oh, getting that back line.
Captain America. Calling for medical service. Oh my fucking god.
How is he healing so much? Yo. What the fuck? Oh, they hopped the Hawkeye? Really?
Hawkeye for what?
Oh no, actually. Wait, there's someone above.
Big 100? Holy shit, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Accepting the stream.
Oh my,
Tyler,
I'm so bad. I'm so bad.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's dead.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my fucking god, he was getting healed while I was punching him. He was just autopiloting, just holding his fucking thingy out.
Coming through.
This Punisher is not a human, by the way.
I can stall.
You should, actually. I'm coming up.
I can all install if you guys can make it.
I'm here with you.
Let's go.
I'm dead. Oh my fucking god. Alright, Phoenix literally just looked at me and I blinked and I died, bro. Like, bro, that's like... Oh my god. Bro, my nigga. Oh, brain dead.
Oh my fucking god, this Punisher is shredding me, man. Oh my lordy, we didn't have another ult. Like, we get off the support pool, bro. Oh, thank goodness. We should have won there.
Come on, bro. Fuck. Oh, we should have fucking won there.
Sorry, soldier.
But it's just fucking Phoenix that's just tapping my head up, I guess, bro. Whatever. Dead. Fucking ulted me again, I guess, bro.
My fucking god, this
Fucking
Punisher,
heal me.
bro.
I'm ulting it back.
Can't see nothing, there's fucking smoke everywhere.
Sorry, soldier.
Dead.
You're never alone.
I'm fucking cloak, bro.
Can I get a snowflake, Luna? Can I get a snowflake? Son, please? Is she not a VC?
I don't know. It's starting.
Oh my gosh, she's not. She's not a VC.
Dead. Black Panther got no value. Use all dashes. Black Panther should be.
God, bro. Should have ulted.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I should just ulted his ass. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Live to fight another day. Fully charged.
Okay, we have 10 seconds.
We have a lot of time. We have 2 ults.
Fully charged. That's the boost I needed.
my god, bro. Dead, bro. Dead. Dead.
To the sorcerer supreme.
Like, fucking go to bed, bro.
Are you doing a new cap animation? The way I do it, I do sprint on toggle. And I do W, V twice. Is that what I'm doing it? So you're explaining it, but I do W, V. Well, I hold like A and D at the same time, kinda. I like let go of V, W, and then do V. I do put 2 punches and I W again. But I use sprint on toggle though. There's multiple ways to do it, but I use sprint on toggle.
Round 2.
I was always meant to be a soldier.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
How strange. I
All right, let's go.
to read your thoughts.
My helmet
Is the cat man not doing bad? Yeah, I just keep forgetting to use the little passive thing he has. I keep forgetting to use it. Where's the passive written up?
The battle starts in
Oh, the sentinel strike, I guess thing. You throw the shield. I keep forgetting to do that.
2, 1.
I mean, it doesn't kill as fast as using the animation cancel, of course, but I be forgetting I could do it.
Hey, it's almost every time, bro.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
What the hell is this? Where are they at? Why are they playing so far back? This scene is weird. Oh, you're weird. Oh, you're extremely weird. What the fuck is this guy just lurking, looking for me?
Oh my god, I guess, bro.
What are you aiming at?
They're so low back here.
Oh my god, that's so much poke.
God. I guess, bro. I can't do much more damage than that. Like,
no, we gotta dive. Don't have so much poke.
Like I'm literally diving. They're so all of them, damn near one tap. But
yo, Mag, do you play Venom? We need more dive. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Dead. Like that's all I need is for someone to walk up. Like when I fucking die back there, they're damn near everyone will. What the?
I'm with you.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Should probably also say when I'm about to die.
Look up behind you.
I'll be ship-shape in no time.
Oh my god, she teleported to him.
Dead. I'm about to go back there again. Hold on.
He fucking ran. I keep trying to kill his fucking Punisher. Kill that girl. Here you go.
Come on, wait though. Hold on.
Oh great. Oh my god, I killed her.
Dead.
Oh, Bro, can they? Oh, this character is so stupid, bro. Leave me alone.
Bro, Phoenix is not okay, bro.
I'm
That's
saying.
not a fucking like, bro.
Just killed me.
Bro, she fucking killed me, and I full comboed her. Like, and she psychic shift, and somehow, like, what the fuck, bro? Fucking, bro, oh my god, bro.
She was like
Phoenix, bro,
me
you are
with
a
that stupid
noob.
stun. They need to get rid of that shit.
Like, fuck.
She needs so many nerves, bro. How is that character allowed in this game? I don't get it.
She's literally exploding me faster than I can, like, even full combo, bro. Like, shit is ridiculous.
Got the win, yeah. It was annoying as all.
I think I need 2 more games.
They want to blame his ignore the dive all game, but I was in that backline 24/7.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. As soon as I seen a Jeff, bro, as soon as I see Jeff at Psylocke, bro, I'm like, it's cookies, bro.
Awesome, bro. They need to add more stuff to the 16 shop. They should give out these tokens with like from Twitch drops. If you can get one of these tokens from Twitch drops, that'd be nice.
Bro, I was gonna say they've had this green token shit. I think it's only been 2 ways to ever get them.
Yeah, they need to do it for like Twitch drops and add more shit in there. Be
Like,
nice.
It's just pointless. I had to. I'm like, damn. Like, either I just spend this $3 real quick just to get my little free Psylocke skin, or I have to spend full price. Like, it needs to be more skins or more tokens.
Do you think you want to be today?
My Orochi is sorry, bro.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
That dude's not playing Gambit. That shit is for sure getting banned.
That Mark Deasy shit was so fucking funny. You seen that shit?
Yeah.
He was on Twitter doing that shit was so funny.
It is funny, but like, I mean, he's not raw. No one wants to fight Gambit, but you can't just ban your teammates' characters. They will throw your shit. They will throw your shit. I promise you, chat. If you ban your teammates' characters, they will throw your shit. If I was playing a game and I'm playing Psylocke and somebody banned my Psylocke on my team, yo, I'm just gonna play random characters. It's like I'm muting everybody. I'm playing random characters. I'm not gonna go Widow. I'm just gonna play whatever the fuck I want. Like fuck team comp. Right, if you ban my character, I don't give a fuck. I will play whatever character I want then. You would see me lock in DPS Deadpool. Let's test. Let's test. This is a test match for me then.
Bro, fuck Phoenix, bro. Why do we keep banning fucking Moon Knight, bro?
Like if someone bans my character on my team, I am literally testing shit then.
Oh my god. Yeah, everybody bans Moon Knight, bro. You're fucking.
I can take that one loss. I don't care. I'll play any Deadpool. I'm gonna go bounce on it in the back.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I don't even know what to say to what you just said. Why
I'll
are we
run
locking
it
up
down.
for DPS? Oh, hold on. What is the comp here?
Oh, we have a White Fox. Okay.
Stepping out of this wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
Oh wait, no, he won't. Oh. I don't want to
fight to end the darkness that spawned me. I'm not a hero.
I don't even want to play.
I'm the Punisher.
Yeah, we need a random button. Yeah, that'd be nice. There's no random button in this game.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Add a random button in this game, bro. See how much I just don't play ranked. Got niggas just clicking random and shit.
Maybe we're just gonna the right actual comps.
That's another way to throw, bro. Really? Really? You wanna ban my character back? What's this random button? Like, what?
Are you ready? I was chosen by fast. Let me show you not the one I've been fighting for all these years. Maybe it is time you upgraded your way.
The fuck?
I can help with that.
Okay.
I'm perfectly happy.
This character's ass. What?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Why are you on Black Panther? Oh, we lost.
What's wrong? That's crazy.
Holy fuck, we lost.
I'm playing a black character. You said
And
we
we're
lost.
on this map too. This is where you run my shit down on this map too with Black Panther.
I put on a black character. He said we lost. Oh shit, we lost.
I mean that part too.
The Phoenix in the game, bro. Oh my god, why do you guys never ban this fuck ass character, bro?
I said ban Phoenix, bro, but you know what I see? I see 4 niggas using or banning fucking Moon Knight.
They're coming from all sides.
I'm gonna Thor up top. Thor up top still.
I'm dead as fuck, bro. Why are there so much of them peeling? Damn. Play Widow? Hell no. Hell no.
Let's try something.
You're good.
Hell no. What's it, Widow? Hell no.
You stop them in their tracks.
Hell no. Guess that this was the first Black Panther's skin. Will fit. This fit's pretty cool.
Like, why do I make space? I literally don't get why I make space for these niggas, bro. Like, there's no one diving you guys,
Oh my
so what are you
God.
guys playing back there for?
Oh my. It's fucking Thor is on cock. Goddamn.
Like, what? I don't get
No,
it.
if I
walked
die,
up.
I literally just die because Thor just chased me while all my cooldowns are gone.
Walk up, my healers sit behind a fucking corner.
Nah, this Thor gotta die. Okay, hold on, I'm switching. This
No.
Thor gotta die. Who do I play? This Thor has got that. I'm a boxing with Blade.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
There's still a chance to stop them.
He wants to brawl, we can brawl. Let's go, Thor. Oh, what? Why is there Wolverine?
Someone back there? Oh, there.
Someone's back here. You want to go brawl? Let's go brawl, Blade. I mean, the freaking whatever his name is. You didn't die?
Fucking annoying. The hunt is on. Fuck, so that's it.
Taste cold steel.
Bro, Phoenix is just like, you're just Gerber, baby, on the game, bro. Right, look at this nigga just folding over and shit. Keep healing me.
They said Blade is the Scarlet Witch of DPS. Is this true? That's what they did in my character. Oh shit, I'm dead as hell.
Why do I tank? For what reason do I
They
tank?
said I play the Scarlet Witch of DPS. Let me up dive. I just hold left click.
Wait, we're not contesting that? Okay.
I made a short the other day, chat. The flow state Blade one. There was people made fun of me. They said all you did was hold left click.
I mean,
what am I supposed to do? What else am I supposed to do? They didn't give me anything else to do. Yes. Like, what else am I supposed to fucking do?
You should have known you're not gonna get no props for that, bro. Like, niggas don't want to
like,
see
what?
Blade hold left click and shit.
I'm playing
bro.
Blade and Celestial, bro. 99.40% upper 99% of the game. Bro, what am I supposed to do? That's all they gave me to work with, man. All I can do is hold left click.
Nobody wants to see that shit. You know, people want to see Daredevil and Spider-Man going crazy on the fucking screen and shit, bro. Nobody
Like,
wants
bro,
to see
I
Blade
can't
be
do
black.
that, man. I wish I could. My character, that's just the way to design my character, bro. It was violating me in that comment section, bro. It was violating me, man. Like, that's not my fault, bro. Like, I can't do nothing. You can tell the difference between a good Blade. It's not, obviously, it's more than just holding a left click, but. Because we were just holding left, everyone was just playing. If anything, it's like pretty impressive if you're making a simple character and playing him differently. But it's hard to do that with a character that's so simple. The skill ceiling is so low, that's how you shit other Blades aren't doing. That was a no record of doing.
I guess I just don't fucking like take damage.
Okay, this guy takes no damage.
My cap is so dumb, bro. Wait, why did my cap do that? Wait, I ain't gonna lie, playing cap and not pinging or saying comms is just so crazy.
Well, I think what's crazy that Phoenix is somehow still not banned again in my match.
Characters.
Where did he put that? Yo, did you put the ult in our spawn instead of on site?
Wait, what happened?
He put the ult outside of our spawn room instead of on site where the payload is.
I'm cutting in.
What the fuck was?
I got charmed.
Why did he do that? Yo, my man is trolling, bro. What the?
And this store is just going crazy, I guess.
This store is just doing whatever he wants. Like,
I know, literally
just running our shit down.
Up, takes my ass, I guess.
Chad, did you guys know that if you have a blade, you know how like he has self anti-heal? Obviously his healers heal him less, right? They also get less ult charge. You guys know that? Just they heal him less. It's giving your teammates less ult charge. Okay, well that's an ult forced. Oh, that's 2 ults forced. Okay. Yeah, double support ult. Just kite that.
No support. Can heal, I guess. What does why?
Yeah, you feed them less ult charge. Yeah, that's true. It's always been like that. I just thought everybody knew. But I guess people didn't know that. That's why your supports are probably usually taking longer to get ult compared to the enemies who are playing Blade.
So I just watched Thor walk.
Yeah, I'm just getting shot to death by a Phoenix and a Bucky. Blade would be broken without it? How would it be broken? He like, what? That wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't be broken. That'd be good.
What?
That'd be good. What? That wouldn't be broken.
This White Fox is lagging.
A little bit more ult charge since he has self anti. That wouldn't be broken. I think you misunderstand what's broken in this game. Just, do you see like the power scaling? Do you see the passives they gave to the Dino? He has Thing passive. He takes reduced headshot damage. You get less ult gain from shooting the Dino, and also any person he hits with any ability, they bleed. That's 4 passives on one character, bro.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I feel like you guys, every time I say something about Blade, you guys always say, "Oh, that's you doing too much. That's too broken." Bro, do you see the games we're playing? Like, there's people with ults that are insane. Star-Lord's ult has auto tracking. You can't miss it. There's crazy ass shit in this game. This isn't Overwatch. There's crazy ass shit in this game. Yo, Zingler instead of 4. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate the raid. What are you guys up to? There's crazy ass characters in this game. And if anything, even if it's broken, they can just do an emergency nerf or nerf it. What the fuck is going on with Tekken? Bro, that shit is crazy. The fucking Nakatsu just left. He's probably gonna go work with Harada. Like, I mean, that's crazy. Is Michael Murray gonna leave now too? I don't think Michael Murray Does Michael leave? I don't think Michael Murray leaves. Tekken might be cooked.
4, 3.
Literally mid-development, their lead producer left. Like, what? That's probably why they just opened the new role for, what is it? Head producer, whatever the fuck. No, no, there's 2 roles open now. Someone needs to take Nakatsu's spot and someone needs to take Garada's spot. And the balance patches, Nakatsu has to okay every balance patch, but now he's not gonna be there to do that. That was nowhere to do.
Wait, Thor's back. Thor's back. What? Oh my god, bro. Fuck ass res beacon.
This Iron Man just shooting the fuck out of me. Oh, never mind. Maybe Ultron drone. No, we are getting Bob. It's just that the next season is gonna be weird. The balance patches and characters might be a little funky. Updates might be a little slow. Look at Blade sword, the bleed effect. His sword should have been had bleed effect. His ult is called his ult does 1,000 cuts and it doesn't even bleed. The fact they get that to the Dino and they didn't give it to Blade in the same patch is actually ridiculous. Oh, you're so weird. She just solo ulted me because she was about to die. Are you fucking dead ass? You're so weird.
I'm walking. Oh, I shouldn't. I'm dead.
Okay, this guy just solo ulted me.
Fucking pulled me.
And everyone keeps solo ulting me today. It's like solo all Infer day. This match is so weird. Just a bunch of solo ulters.
That would be really cool in this game. Fucking Black.
I just got solo ulted again. That's the third one in a row. Like everyone just solo Infer day. Let's get it. Hey, I didn't know I'm this much of a problem on Blade. That's pretty interesting. Is Thor gonna ult too or what? Okay, he didn't. Thank goodness. It was just all Infer day. Let's go. Hey, ain't no backpedaling, bro. You can't run from me. Oops.
Dead.
It was like 3 solo ults. Damn.
Oh, cool in this game.
It's impressive.
We should get Cable too.
Get what?
Cable in this game?
Oh yeah, Cable would be cool. Yo, Infamous. Good night, dude. Hope you have a good night.
Have a good night.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh yeah.
There's a Luna back here?
Oh yeah. I like that.
There's a Luna.
I like that.
This
I like that.
We make our stand here.
I guess, bro.
Hey, Shave. Yo, Ghost. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
You need the shave. You get facial hair?
What? Well, I probably have more facial hair than you.
Nah, you know that shit's cap.
I just shave.
Come on now. Come on, bro. Wait, what's happening in the back of line? Oh, okay. Oh, they're back.
What is happening?
That full thing. Ooh. I just watched my Luna just solo ult for
a Deadpool.
Like, bro, like, oh my fucking god, bro.
Like, these ults are trolled, bro. We gotta get this match quick.
Like,
you guys are trolling.
That Luna's getting avoided. Like,
what?
He's about to like.
Bro,
he's so lucky.
What? Bro, to avoid our Blade? What the what?
You're so lucky that I'm PC banned, bro.
I don't know. I don't know. It's getting trolled. Son. How far are you away from it now?
I think one more game or 2 more games.
Check the number.
I'm at, hold on. 63. So yeah,
that's 2.
What are you at? 3 hours?
Yeah. Add some value to normal sword should. Normal sword should bleed. I want, if Blade is at 10 when he does the spin in his basic attack combo, I want the spin to anti-heal. It doesn't have to be as much as obviously the shift one, but like I want it to anti-heal. Or it can just be like 10% and it will just keep stacking up to like 50 every spin or something like that. I don't know. But So that'll solve the issue of where when he is fighting and he would need to use his shift, he can actually not have to use it, because if he uses his shift, it's gonna get him killed because his basic attacks does more damage than his shift. Yeah, that would solve that issue. Unless they just want to revert the nerf they gave to the shift and give the damage back to it, so you can actually use it to play aggressively mid brawl. My time is now. I'm never gonna get to play Black Cat. I should have hovered it.
Hey, you should have known better, bro.
Yeah, I should have hovered it.
Did you want to play some?
Hmm?
I said, did you want to play solo?
Do I want to play what?
Bro, actually, I'm low key tired, bro. I'm just talking to my ass.
I mean, I'm tired too, but like, I don't know what the fuck you just said. Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what I just said, bro. I don't know, bro. Oh, she bad. Hold on, wait a minute. Come on, let me stop. What is that?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm playing Scroll.
Fuck no.
Once an Avenger, always an Avenger. Are you ready to hunt?
Take his what?
Nah, someone's hovering there. Oh shit.
Anyone stands
When
in
Wolverine?
my way, they won't be standing much longer.
Big Wolf. Big Wolf.
They should add Iron Patriot.
Who the hell is that?
Excuse me?
Iron Patriot?
I've carried this rage.
You don't know who Iron You don't.
Centuries.
Unless I've seen the Oh, I'm stupid.
like,
I forgot that's his fucking name. It's so stupid. It doesn't fit his name. But until you see this too, I guess it makes sense.
That they call you Logan.
Maybe.
Or I mean,
yeah, I know War Machine, but like, you said Iron Patriot, so I'm like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is that?
Darling, but I am no one's pet. Not in any reality.
His Iron Patriot suit's kind of tough.
The battle starts in 5.
They just need to start adding like
3,
like
2,
skins like that.
All you need to do is capture the mission.
You seen them? Seen what?
Got it?
Normal sword anti. Normal sword anti with the ability to for gun to slow. The gun needs a lot of help. The gun needs to help the most. The gun is ass. But it's tricky for them to buff the gun because people don't want his gun to be good because he's not gonna use blade.
I fucking hate Phoenix, bro. Like this bitch is so fucking broken. Like she. Bro, she landed one attack. I'm so tired of seeing
Where the hell
fucking
are
Phoenix.
healers at? They didn't walk up. When this glitch from my enemy versus Black Cat, we don't ban her. But my team hovers Black Cat, we don't ban her. My team Black Cat wipes my team 1v6. Has that happened to anyone else? It's crazy. The Twitch drops are so bad, people would rather watch TikTok live. But my TikTok is like shadow banned, so I only get like 10 people watching on my TikTok. So I figure out if I can get on shadow banned.
Wait, is the game fucking lagging or some shit, bro? The Spidey's one?
I'm out of ult on. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Wait, how the fuck is Spidey?
He's probably so fucking mad.
Oh, what? Oh, we have a white box. What the fuck does she do?
My fox is broken. If you're not a user.
Like TP to one of us. Like she's not doing shit. But somehow it's ace.
My claw? No, that character gets ace extremely easy.
Like what the fuck?
Oh, White Fox aces are not real.
Doesn't TP when we're diving, but it's somehow.
Oh my god, fucking bubble voices. God damn it. I'm like, what am I thinking that? Nuts. Phoenix is fucking killing me! What is that? Oh my god, she just stunned the hell out of me.
Bro, I'm about to say, bro. Fuck Phoenix, bro.
What a character, bro. Can't get to me. Iframes out. Why does she have iframes? And why does she have a stun?
Like, why?
I hate this character so much, bro.
Like, so I don't even try going to like one combo her. She like literally just reacts with one button.
You picked the wrong day to drag me into this mess, bub.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We have missed you on Krakoa, Logan. There's a bigger world out there beyond our tranquil shores, bub.
And you have been busy carving your place in it, I suppose?
Not in it. Through it.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Alright, there we go.
2,
The song makes me want to buy WWE 26. This song. This is what is this song? I vote. Oh wait, I'm not. I'm 90%. I'm stupid. That's a 99. No, he just puts a bubble on, bro. This cringe bag, bro.
Rages through the roof.
Rages through the roof.
No. Must died.
Yeah, both of them. Ah. Come here, boy. Come here.
Stay down if I were you.
Y'all excited for that Wolverine game, chat? Come here, boy. You make a state of play predictions? Oh shit, I need to do that, huh? Oh shit, it's the first. It's tomorrow. Oh fuck. Oh damn. Okay, we gotta do that next stream. Oh,
bro. My fucking mouse died, bro.
Better than my mutant power.
damn. That state of play is tomorrow. Damn. Tomorrow we're doing a 12-hour stream, chat. I'm gonna be live at 1 p.m. I'm gonna end stream at 12 or something like that. What? How did I hit? 112, something like that. And at 1, start at 1, end at 1, something like that. Son!
She ulted to stay alive.
That's a Phoenix classic. Oh shit, that's the wrong way. I mean, that's not high enough. Oh my god, Big Chungus is on me. Nice. Actually, we're gonna play a lot of rivals. We're gonna play Cuphead. I don't know what else we're doing. Some fun stuff. Play some Tekken, maybe. I don't know.
Our next victims.
Oh, we'll see.
Some extra healing never hurt.
Look at this guy. Oh, you cringe bag. I have ult, but like I'm too low. I don't want to risk flying up in the sky and dying. I wish my White Fox would teleport to me, but nope. I didn't mean to press E. Whoops. Nope. Evade taxes. What the hell was that name? Yo, I could B-hop in and install, huh? Let's get this one.
Like, bro, why does this Psylocke team up? Like, it takes 3 years to pop this shit, bro. Like,
I'm dead as fuck. The Psylocke team, that should be getting me killed.
I be wanting to put Dark Dagger in it. I gotta click 2 buttons. Come on, bro.
They have one tank since I've been fucking them up. Let me switch. You guys are cringe bags, bro. Come on, why y'all scared of me? What do I play? Big buck.
I was rebuilt to
Big
be a
buck.
weapon, but now I'm the one who pulls the trigger.
Yeah, Magneto. Holy shit, can I have a shot? Oh my god, I'm just dying to a Phoenix. Oh god, this is why I play dive, bro. Oh, I hate Phoenix so much, bro. I think I've said the word Phoenix like 9 times this stream already. Or no, more than 9 times. I think I've said the word Phoenix like 20 times or 30 times this stream. And every single time it's been negative. I fucking hate complaining, but this character has been broken since... I have the right to complain, first off. That she came out in the same season as my character. What the...
Oh my fucking god, bro.
She came out in the same season as my character, and my character was ass. Her and Blade came out in the same season. My character launched like that, and her character launched like that. Oh my god. Fuck. I'm dead. I might just have to play Daredevil and go kill that girl. She's 14-4.
Bro, like, oh my god. I can't even
tell if she's smurfing because the character is so fucking broken.
And we lost the
I hate it. Dude, how is she still like this, bro?
I don't get it, bro. See, like, it's just so fucking cancer.
She's so broken, bro. Oh my god.
Sometimes it helps to have a teammate who sees things differently.
And then if you're about to kill her, she'll just press Q and heal to max health like it's a health pack.
Get ready.
Like, I don't get it. I don't know how you launch a character like that, bro. It's so silly to me.
Enjoyable.
It was our honeymoon, Eric. So, yeah, that's a mild way of describing it.
I have no desire for sordid details.
Marcus is completely in the right. If I see Phoenix on my team, I don't care if she's getting banned. Bro, that character is so busted, bro. Like, I hate her so much. Let me know when you're diving. I'm just gonna dive with you every time. Wait, we have to kill this Phoenix. Like, she has to die.
I can just force her psychic shift.
Yeah, he forced her shift. Yeah, just one-shot her.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
Hold on.
Back to my old self. I could use
I'm
some
about to go back there in a second.
Go in there now.
Nice. I'm with you.
Are you dead ass? Why did she ult?
No, like, I'm not even gonna ult for this because like this is
don't.
everything. It's just so dumb. Like, it's the most idiotic ult I've ever seen.
So weird. Like, what?
Like, alright, I'm about to go set up again. Oh, there she is right there.
I see her. Report who? We report him, by the way. Oh, they have a, okay, no, just play out. Well, you can do whatever you want. No, they have a guy playing in spawn. Yeah. I'm dead. Oh my gosh, she's straight. She has no shift. Her shift is down.
I killed her. Does it fucking matter? Does it matter?
She just iframes out when I dash there, so and I have to guess which direction she went. And the fact that like there's no like telegraph to where she's going is crazy.
No, bro, she just can.
Like that's how like old Tracer is. They nerf Tracer in Overwatch, so you can actually like tell which direction she's going. They made it so that like if Tracer dashes, because you know like she can just teleport multiple times, like it'll like get literally like a trail which direction she's going. In this game, if Phoenix dashes somewhere, you have to just guess. I mean, yeah, it's a short distance, but like you have to look all around your body, and then by the time you realize where she is, she already head dinked you and you're fucking dead. Bro, see what I'm talking about? She's a health pack. Son.
Hey, that shit should
ulted like a health pack, bro. When she's 1 HP.
I think I could go a few more rounds.
How is that okay, bro?
I'm dead. Fucking heal me, you useless pieces of shit.
This shit is not okay, bro. I hate that character. Oh my gosh, she's killing me out the spawn room. No, she almost died.
I just hate how she gets to get, like, just play the game for free, bro. It makes no sense.
Where is she, bro? She needs to die. Oh, I see her. I guess she's dead, bro.
I think Mr. Fantastic also has a character as rage bait. Like, why are you big and just tanking everything as a DPS?
He's like hybrid or something like that.
That shit is annoying.
It broke his sister Lisa barely got a single. I mean, she's gotten nerfed. They're just not enough. Or when she does get a nerf, she gets a buff like the last patch. It was like a slight rework. They nerfed her AoE damage, but her single target damage is still high as fuck. I mean, it got buffed, so. Like the explosion on the passive, the damage got nerfed, but her single target damage got a buff. So it went from 50 to 55.
Wow, that was a free game.
Right, one more.
More? Oh, I'm on promo game as well.
Nice. How many more chrono tokens do I need? 200 more.
Slap on the wrist. Dude, they need to get rid of the stun on her right click, and her shift needs to not have iframes.
I thought, didn't they give her a tiny buff?
And her ult, I'm not gonna lie, should not heal her to max. It can, if they want it, yeah. Or they could just give her like crazy health regen when she like comes out from it or something.
Or overshield, or like overshield, like how like Rocket does.
Or something like the fact she just goes straight back to max health is insane work.
The cloudless night.
It's insane.
Too much survivability on a character that literally explodes you. That makes no sense.
Yeah, like you can't fight her close range and you can't fight her long range, and she can play her in triple healer. She gets all really fast as well. They need her for ult cost too. Like her ult cost needs to get reduced.
Like, bro.
Yeah, you can kill supports through their ults with her ult. That's what they do in pro play all the time. Oh, Invis is ulting. Yo, wait. Oh shit, we didn't. That's not good. I'm banning it. Oh, canvas ban.
I'm just charging my battery, so I can't use my mouse.
Ban Dino. What? Oh, Black Cat's open. I'll play it. I'm not playing another Phoenix match. I'm banning Phoenix too. That's enough of that.
I'm just every game. I think it was almost every game.
Yeah, almost every game there's been a Phoenix. Yeah. Characters gotta go. I hate complaining. So I'm literally just talking to my fucking self because I know there's no devs in the PC right now. I fucking hate complaining about this character, but like she's been like this for so long, bro.
Shit is so fucking boring to look at.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god.
All right, bro. Let's just get this W and get out of here, bro. Holy fuck. I gotta play another game with this girl, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, she's literally just that's why hella players hate Phoenix, because she's literally just better hella in any way, shape, or form.
Phoenix not get banned right there? Like I hate when bro, you see an obvious like cancerous pick. Why? Just Omega trolls, bro.
All right, let's go. Can we for Cat to get nerfed? I don't think they're gonna nerf Cat that much. They need to nerf her iframe move, but every time I say what needs to get nerfed, it never gets nerfed. So they're probably gonna nerf something else, like the shop cost or something dumb. Her iframe move is so broken.
I don't think I've ever seen a make sensible ass nerf from anybody. It's usually some like redirection into a character.
Usually, they don't gut characters in this game. They don't. The only character that has actually recently got a big nerf is Tank Pool. Like they cut his ult healing in half from 50 to 25, and his gun damage went down from like 42 to 39 or something like that. But he actually got nerfed. That is like the first time I've actually seen them nerf like the shit out of a character. Like Phoenix does not need to have that type of mobility.
Where are you going? I want your soul.
Oh, we gotta walk with that. Why am I so slow? What the fuck is slowing me like this? What is Hella doing down there? What is slowing me this much? It's actually insane. Cause I don't know what it is.
My bad.
You're good. Okay, I don't know why that guy went in there, but
I'm getting dove.
I got you. That's not good.
I couldn't get it off in time. I just got it. Wait. Bro, we got support pool, bro.
Excellent. We're winning? Yeah, we won every match tonight except one.
Yeah.
Except they'd be like, Phoenix would be name accurate, no one would be able to die. Bro, I'd be depressed watching those dev updates because they be saying the most bullshit thing. Like the last one was the Star-Lord one. I was like, bro, what? I'd be scared to watch those things. I shouldn't be scared to watch patch notes.
Bro, walk up.
Like why am I, as a player that plays this game, scared to watch patch notes? Like, make it make sense. I'm scared for updates. Like, that don't make no sense.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Why am I scared for my game to update? That's the point. Okay, which asshole backcapped the point? Hella?
Fucking Hella, bro. And I'm the only one dealing with it.
I was trying to help you, but Strange had a fat hole.
Nah, nobody else was doing anything. Just walking them down. Walking them down.
Like, why am I scared to watch the patch notes, bro? That doesn't make any sense, man. I mean, I understand balancing a game like this is no easy job, obviously, but like, why the hell did you buff Star-Lord? How does that make any sense?
Oh, that's right. They increased the ult?
No, his clip, his clip size is 50 instead of he can one clip you extremely easily now. He can one clipping before it took skill, but now like it's like common. Like they just lowered his skill, his execution, since like it's easier to one clip people since he has more ammo.
Damn, y'all died fast as fuck.
Oh, he should have ulted down the hill, the thingy. I don't know why he ulted that way. That was a terrible blade ult. That could have been a fat blade ult if he ulted down the thing. Because there was like 3 people lined up right in front of us. That's what I was expecting him to do.
I don't expect shit from these teammates.
Be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
I'm curious how Zeon still has his job, bro. It's not like, I mean, obviously it's not just him on the balance team. There's other people, but like, it's like I don't know how to describe it. It's like
the whole Ronnie 2K over there.
It's like there's not 2 people on the, or 3 people on the balance department. It's like Tekken Season 2. It's like someone's trying to put out a fire, but there's another person adding gasoline. It's like, I don't fucking know.
OD dive, but
I have 3 of them in here.
But Cap and Iron Fist are on me.
I can't help you right now.
No, you're good. You're already dead.
I'm dead.
I mean, I was already dead.
I got shredded us down.
Oh, he should die. Well, he should have died.
Deadpool with the assist. Hell yeah. Time to heal.
Does the Lord Icon do bonus?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Can't really do anything.
You guys are getting smoked.
Only 60 seconds left.
Hella no bird.
I am ready to put on a show. Anyone willing to help?
I still died?
What the fuck did this guy hold?
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, you're mad. I know you are. Went for passions, like waiting for your report card. That shit is scary, bro. Cause like you have to play with that for the rest of the month, bro.
We've got trouble.
It's scary reading patch notes or watching them patch notes videos. It's actually so scary. Why am I scared to watch patch notes?
Like, okay.
That doesn't make any sense, bro. I shouldn't be scared for updates. Okay, this guy just okay.
All they did was make me
I don't think anyone.
angrier.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Don't let
Bro, there's other characters in the perform. Like even if they wanted to buff Starla because of the Dino, I mean, there's already Moon Knight and Punisher are already really good. And also, why not give other characters a chance to shine? That could do something against the Dino or something, or give like a character that's not usually meta, like a mechanic or something, you know? Like they could have, I don't know, like gave like Blade percent. I don't want Blade that percent damage, but like they could have like made a new tank shredder or give someone that doesn't perform that well, or they never gets played in pro play a chance to shine. Like there's never been metas for certain characters yet, or even viability. Like well, there's never been a Blade meta, or who else? I can't think straight right now because like I can't see the character list, but yeah, I can check it right now.
There's been a lot of character metas, to be honest, like for DPS.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
The higher the pressure, the more
I can see why they wouldn't have wanted this super buff Squirrel Girl, but they already did buff Squirrel Girl, honestly. But
fuck Squirrel Girl, bro.
Yes, fuck Squirrel Girl.
I ain't gonna lie, I do miss that Storm meta though. Like,
I wouldn't
Storm,
mind a magic meta. There hasn't been like a magic meta. Storm was only meta because of the team up. But she's still easy to deal with. They could have buffed Storm if they wanted like a way to deal with Dino or something. I don't know. There's so many things they could have done. I don't want a flyer meta though, but
flyer meta.
They need to rework Black Widow. I can see why they wouldn't want to buff Scarlet.
Completely.
They could have made Mr. Fantastic a fucking tank shredder or something to deal with the Dino.
I was just about to say.
But buffing Star-Lord is. Dang.
Fantastic Four as like an entire season, like they didn't get enough.
Even when it clashes with my own
I think Sue was on Sue and Thing were the only ones.
Sue, yeah, Sue and Thing's the only one because because Thing was like a anti-dive and anti-Black Panther type of character, and Sue like all the girls love him. This.
Fantastic, kind of a boring character.
I'm not fucking playing messing with that dude. Is so boring.
4, 3.
Reggie, it's not that bad anymore since they just buffed his damage patch. He actually does a lot of damage now, but I haven't tried out the new Mr. Fantastic. I need to try it out.
You gotta be a real fanatic of that character to play him, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not really that fun to me.
It's not my type of character. Oh my god, my Iron Fist loves dying.
I died to Hella. Okay, one more.
I will have my revenge for that.
Damn, bro.
Better stop that vehicle.
Damn, cabrón.
They've made it halfway.
Tu loco.
Bless me, Solo.
Where is he?
There's still a chance to stop them.
I suppose that helps.
that healing feeling.
He's stuck in their trap.
They gutted the shit out of Clive. Dispatch. You know that move that he does with the 2 slashes forward that he can key dash off of?
Oh,
the long, it's like 4-1+2. It's like the long range double slash that you heat dash off of. They fuck that shit doesn't give a full combo no more.
Oh, you mean the
the move that was so broken at the start that
heat
tracks.
dash,
Yeah, that shit you don't get a full combo anymore off of it.
Oh, you only get like a little ender now?
Yeah, you get the little ender one now.
Well,
that shit makes me so sad, bro. I love the combo I was doing with that shit. It was long as shit and it was so fun.
Nothing about fucking Clive was okay.
It's like, bro. I love Clive.
Only thing about Clive was the fucking Garuda voice line.
Garuda.
Fuckest thing about him. Garuda! That shit sucks.
Like a talk one. Second talk.
Fatty kick.
Oh my god, they're 1 HP. This Iron Fist has got to die. This Iron Fist is running through us.
He tried. We've had to kick for as long as possible.
What is this portal? What the
fuck?
No wonder he got stuck. What is that portal? That shit was cursed. I'm gonna go dang. The only person killing me is this Iron Fist. I'm literally just gonna ruin his day.
I was fine, but thank you.
Let's show what that thing can do. Oh, I gotta die first. Smart room is really far away. Yeah, I have a Venom now too.
Oh, here comes Iron Fist. And he parries out. I don't have ult yet.
Yo, shout out to the subs. I haven't had to skip one song this stream. Maybe we should do more sub only song requests. I have not had to skip not one song this stream.
Very surprising for your stream.
I don't think I've skipped a single song other than someone requesting something I'm mistaken they wanted me to skip.
Oh, you! I think that fucking.
I got like everybody.
It would have been nice if we had like, you know, DPS that did something else with it.
Oh my god.
Alright, well, we can go thing now.
Yep. You guys are annoying as fuck. Iron Fist still gonna shred me, but at least I can get the Venom out of here.
Yeah.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Don't want to shred me if I 1v1 him. I'm not gonna 1v1 him, obviously. Got that guy. Got her.
Oh, I guess I'm dead.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was alone. I turned around, I was like, oh shit, it's only me and you. I was like, oh fuck. Can we get a Namor, please?
Like, or any type
please,
of
like just for this Iron Fist. Like kick this guy off this damn character.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I lied? I lied? Oh, team? Okay, not bad.
Play Penny? Oh, hell no.
Like our Iron Fist is matching this fucking Iron Fist, but like not doing as good of a job. Hold down that back line a little bit more. I'm ult again. And, oh, that's another thing. Nobody's even like.
I'm used to that, I suppose.
And behind,
nice.
bro.
Oh, the team up. That's incredible.
Wait. Oh,
no, come down here. Come down. Don't fight that. Don't fight that. Don't fight that. Come down here.
I can't.
Oh my goodness, bro. Me, hell no. It's fucking Penny Parker. I'm not playing no Penny. Why the fuck would I want to play Penny Parker? Oh, great.
Why am I getting walked there? Like, just fuck off my dick.
Yo, this team does damage. What the fuck? Yo, who made this? No, this team is crazy. What? Oh my god, that Gamma Punch? That shit does damage. I'm not underestimating Penny. It's just that I don't want to play the fucking character because she's corny. You understand that? Oh my god, this Iron Fist is shredding me.
Oh my god. Dude.
They have one healer. You guys go into that one healer. Or not.
Oh my god. God, of course we gotta go
Oh lordy, this is so stupid.
2, 3.
Can we please get a fucking no more, bruh? Oh my god.
Match is actually losable.
Like, bro.
They don't want to switch off their characters. Can we please get it no more?
Wait, are we?
Thank you. God. Oh, it's banned? Oh shit. Oh, that's crazy. That's just banned. Wow.
Bro, just literally anything to fucking stop Iron Fist.
It's almost clobbering time.
They have a Penny now.
Oh, we have Penny. Oh, yeah. Well, that's good enough, at least.
Tiered up? How does that work? Community tiered up. I don't know how that works, but I appreciate it.
I like hanging out with you, Grim. I feel like we've got a lot in common.
Like the fact that we keep on fighting even when the odds are against us.
Or that we're both so ugly that you literally have to be blind to love us. Like Alicia, right?
Yeah, well, maybe you're right.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here comes trouble.
Iron Man? Oh my god.
Oh, we have punishers, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, I'm dead as fuck. What?
Yeah, you're deep.
That girl lasered me. Booyah.
Down to 30 seconds.
You don't have 30 seconds.
Hold strong. We can do this.
Oh, you're.
Oh my god, I'm not getting healed. I gotta switch off this character. I'm not getting healed at all.
That was the only healer.
Yeah. You like that?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
And like he just doesn't want to switch off support pool, but
It's fine.
it's all good.
Should be game, honestly.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, that's not bad.
Okay.
I can't play. Iron Fist is shredding me.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Okay.
Round 4.
I'm as
Go! Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Good day, good night. All right. How was it? 2 a.m.
They can see right through me.
All right, let's go.
I bet you've heard that before too, Emma.
Men have said as much. I prove them wrong consistently, just as any diva would.
Well, from one mother to another, let me say you are a true gem.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Look who just showed up.
Oh my goodness, okay. Oh, that guy could have died.
Oh my god, Iron Fist.
Yeah. Nice.
Like, how is Iron Fist the
Get the point, get the point, get the point, get the point. How is she back?
Oh, bro. Oh. No, bro.
We're good, we're good, we're good.
Bro.
I suppose that helps.
Down to 30 seconds.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Jesus, bro, tired. I just woke up in my new Lamborghini funded by Infernasu.
We're in OT. Stop talking real quick.
Okay.
Hella. Oh, how does Hella walk up this
Bro,
far?
if we fucking lose this. I got it. Oh my god, I almost pushed off the map. Almost. Oh, how is she back? What? Oh, they have triple healer. Oh my god. Oh my god, they have triple healers, so he had a res beacon. I'm over here so pissed, bro. Oh man, I need to get there quick.
No, please.
It's an endless universe, but somehow.
Oh no. This fucking Iron Fist, dude, I'm saying. Oh my god.
Bro.
It's actually hard carrying his team.
Like Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Like, oh my god.
Dude, that Iron Fist would not die.
I would literally watch this nigga just not give a fuck and just
Yeah, he does not care. It's fucking Iron Fist. Sheesh, bro.
I'm so tired, bro. Fuck. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Let me see how much damage this Iron Fist did, though.
I mean, did you get promo?
Yeah, I fucking
nice.
find you, bro.
Alright, what's up, Sumo? What did you say?
Oh.
Did he leave?
He left already.
Oh.
Oh. Or I was supposed to already go.
Oh, he's back. Oh, man. Okay.
Oh my god, not bad.
We just finished. I think we're done. Oh, we're done, right?
Yeah, we're done. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done too. That's it.
Over.
That
Alright,
shit was-
y'all boys.
You're up.
I'm saying good game in
GG's.
Infernasu slaps your butt. Shit got some shit.
What?
Hey.
Hey,
fake gamer.
I'm not a fake gamer. The only fake gamer here is you.
Bro,
You the
you be
fake
playing
gamer.
sponsored games, bro. You a fraud.
My sponsored games? What you mean? Well,
Maybe
those were 2 games. Those were 2 games. You don't play shit, bro. Do you
Bro, I
find me
played
some
seafood.
shit? You play what?
I played seafood. I played Sekiro. I played some Homer Hime.
The
Black
fuck is
Myth
a Homer
Wukong.
Ime? It's not even a real game. You making up games now.
Nah, it's an indie game. It's pretty cool. It's like fire. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Danganronpa. You don't know nothing about those. 9 Souls.
Sure, I don't. All
Like, bro,
these
just play your
games,
damn
but
Lego
no
Batman
invite.
at 007, bro. Just play your 007 and Lego Batman.
All these games, but no invite. So evil.
Bro, you don't. Yo, Con,
So evil. Nah.
you only play things
I've
with a
heard enough of
crosshair,
you.
bro.
I've heard enough of you.
You
You're
only play
fake.
crosshair game.
Fake gamer. That's a fake gamer right there, chat. Alright, chat. I'm gonna head out. We're gonna do a long stream tomorrow. So yeah, a little 4 hour, just a little 4 hour. But yeah, we're gonna do a 12-hour stream tomorrow. We're gonna start at like 1 p.m. or something like that. We're gonna be live all day tomorrow. So yeah, be there. I'll catch you guys later. Yeah, I know I didn't play 007. But we will probably play next stream. We'll see. We'll definitely be playing some more of it soon though, that's for sure. The next part will go up tomorrow as well. Like 3 people spam me saying, when's the next part? When's the next part? Be up today. The indie game. There's no indie games. Nothing wrong with indie games. Hell nah. Skinwalker on stream 4 hours? Bro, I do like 8 hours every day, bro. I can't do a little 4 hour real quick for the one time. I can't do a 4 hour real quick for the one time. That's crazy. A quick little 4 hour? I can't do that. No, that's crazy. I'm gonna raid. Oh, it's hell. Oh, tell. I see what you doing, bro. What do I do? I learned the method. What's the method? There's a new method? You put me on. Let's see, is Kissy on? I'm gonna read Kissy, but she's not on. Oh, she ended. Zam. What method? I know you, the real you stalling. I can't. It wouldn't even matter if I ended 2 minutes ago. I had the credits to play anyway. So if I ended now, I hit the credits, it would still reach 2 minutes. I mean, we reach 4 hours. So haha. I can stall all I want. You forget about the credits. The kids miss you. The kids. What kids? You got kids? Shit, I always knew you was a player, but damn, okay. I didn't know you had kids. All right, this is you guys the Lucky Zeal. Who else is on? There's like no one on. Just like nobody on Rivals. Oh my god, did everybody go to TwitchCon? Everyone's at TwitchCon. The EU one. Not the NA TwitchCon. The NA TwitchCon's not till like November. The best of them. Call me Knuckles. I'm like Sonic, I don't chuckle. Or rather flex my muscles. Now I'm gonna let you slide. Withered. SJ. What the fuck does that even mean? Woke up from a 10-year coma. Your kids miss you. What's up, Evan? How you doing? Kind of late though. I'm about to end the stream. I appreciate you showing up. All right, fuck it. I can't decide on anyone VOD channel it is. I can't pick anyone. All right, chat. I'll catch you guys later. See ya.